global significance, and they take an active role. And based on the past and what we see now, with them doing that, it's refreshing. Not just refreshing. It's empowering. It's strengthening.
One thing you did ask him I thought was interesting. I mean, as we look to moon missions and maybe Mars or whatever, you know, he's talking and he's an advisor for Boeing. You asked, did Boeing screw up? Mm-hmm. And he didn't really want to point fingers. Yeah. But he's got a lot. They got a lot of work to do.
It was a big project for Boeing. It was delayed many times. They chucked a lot of money into it, working with NASA on this. And the Starliner, there were helium leaks on the way up. They couldn't trust the thrusters to push away sufficiently from the International Space Station and steer the craft back to Earth. And then SpaceX. And depending on which story is right and what Musk says and what the Biden administration says, Musk says he was there for them, but it took a while to make it all happen. Boeing says they're going back at the end of this year, and we'll see whether or not that's the case.
But not crewed initially, right? They'll have some uncrewed missions before they get people back up there, I think.
Well, yeah, we'll see how it goes. I don't know how it's going to play out.
Yeah.
Let's see if that even happens by the end of this year. My sense is at some point the government's got to make a decision here. And SpaceX has proven that it can do this with greater efficiency than any other entity in the world, basically. So they've got a lot of credibility.
You know, you referenced Mars. Elon Musk, he definitely wants to get a mission to Mars, and that's something else that was talked about. This is, I think this one is Sonny Williams talking about the possibility of a mission to Mars.
I'd say yes, too. It would be really unique to see our planet getting smaller and smaller as we see Mars like a little red star. It would be amazing to see our little blue star.
I don't know. I don't know if she'll be able, with her age, to get to Mars, but she loves space so much. You could see she would love to be on that mission.
Yeah, all three of them said they'd go back to space. All three of them said they would go to Mars. Butch had a caveat. He said if it's a round trip.
Well, yeah.
That was a good answer.
You got to get home.
Yeah,
but what is that, like a couple of years that mission would?
Yeah, I think you're right about that. You know, Musk really is the one who's pushing this. And you don't hear a lot of others in the space world talk about it as incessantly as he does. I don't know what that says about him or what he's imagining, but he thinks the human race needs to protect itself and to be interplanetary, as he says. And is that born out of his experience in artificial intelligence 9 years ago? I don't know, but I think it'd be a good question to ask him.
All right, so you're there, yeah. Johnson Space Center. You and I grew up, we watched the space race developing. We were watching the shuttles developing in the early 80s, and it's so different now. What's the feeling like when you're down there talking to people who have also had these dreams of being astronauts their whole lives?
Yeah, my feeling is historic. It is absolute history in just about every building you walk into. We were in mission control for a period of time and just understanding how they're communicating with the astronauts and cosmonauts now on board the International Space Station. Fascinating to watch all that. I think, Dave, someday we'll look back at this period and say, that's how we did that? But for us right now, it's revolutionary.
Bill Hemmer was at Johnson Space Center just a few days ago interviewing Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore after returning from their long mission to the International Space Station. Of course, you can watch Bill weekday mornings 9 to 11 with Dana Perino, America's Newsroom on the Fox News Channel. Bill, thanks very much for being here.
You bet. Thank you, Dave.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do these three words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-222-9599. 800-222-9599. Again, that's 800-222-9599.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
April 3rd, this is the Fox News Rundown. President Trump's announcement of a 20% tariff on the European Union Wednesday, drawing a sharp rebuke from European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. She calls it a major blow to the world's economy, says the consequences will be dire for millions of people. Meanwhile, a handful of Republicans have crossed party lines to pass a measure to revoke the president's new tariffs on Canada. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in Brussels today. He'll be meeting with NATO foreign ministers, discussing the president's agenda, and unemployment figures are due out later this morning. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride, you'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
President Trump called it Liberation Day as he announced the implementation of a 10% baseline tax on imports from all countries and higher rates on many more, including 34% on imports from China, 46% from Vietnam, 20% from the European Union, 25% from South Korea, 24% from Japan, and 32% from Taiwan. The president says he's not worried about international reaction.
We take care of countries all over the world. We pay for their military. We pay for everything they have to pay, and then when you want to cut back a little bit, they get upset.
25% automobile tariffs on imports took effect at midnight. A 25% tariff on auto parts due to take effect no later than May 3rd. During trading yesterday, the Dow was up 235, the S&P 500 up 38, the NASDAQ gained 151, but stock futures down significantly after the tariff announcement. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
President Trump made his long-awaited tariff announcement in the Rose Garden.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day. Waiting for a long time.
Rolling out the reciprocal policy, he says, will help lead to a golden age of America, leveling the playing field for trade and bringing more production home by charging more for other countries' goods.
This is one of the most important days, in my opinion, in American history. It's our declaration of economic independence.
The president calls chronic trade deficits not just an economic problem, but a national emergency and threat to the country. He's imposing a 10% baseline tax on imports, and he describes the new reciprocal tariffs as kind, only hitting many countries about half as hard as their tariffs and policies hit U.S. goods. Those tariffs factor trade barriers into the equation, amounting to a 34% tariff on Chinese imports, for example, 20% on goods from the European Union.
My answer is very simple. If they complain, if you want your tariff rate to be zero, then you build your product right here in America, because there is no tariff if you build your plant, your product in America.
New auto tariffs also kicking in today, with a tariff on foreign auto parts coming soon. Retired Michigan auto worker Brian Pannebecker, called up by the president to speak, thinks the plan will work.
Donald Trump's policies are going to bring product back into those underutilized plants. There's going to be new investment. There's going to be new plants built.
But Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer calls it a reckless tsunami of tariffs that will cost average families thousands of dollars.
There's no factual basis here. It's a crazy idea in his head that hurts American families and does very little benefit, and in an untargeted way that makes no sense.
The baseline, reciprocal, and auto tariffs are in addition to previously announced penalties targeting certain countries and products, including steel, aluminum, lumber, and pharmaceuticals. Some countries signaling they want to negotiate, others planning countermeasures and announcements today.
To not be too dramatic about it, it is a dramatic reshaping of the way the U.S. trades.
Fox Business's Jeff Flock spent the day at a car dealership in Jenkintown, Pennsylvania.
We don't know how long this will be in effect. We do know that the 10% minimum baseline tariff that you mentioned will take effect on April 5th, so right away. And then the kind reciprocal tariffs, in some cases, it is about half of what the Trump administration has calculated to be the tariff on the U.S. And that's not necessarily the actual tariff percentage, but they also factor in currency manipulation and other, what they call other forms of cheating. And this is all about the president's vow to level the playing field and to not have the U.S. cheated and, in his words, ripped off anymore by foreign trade. As I said, in most cases, it's half of what they calculate a tariff to be. Like in the case of Vietnam, that's the highest tariff that they think, the administration thinks any country puts on the U.S. they calculate that tariff at 90%, and they are charging now, as in a reciprocal fashion, 46% on Vietnam. Other countries like the UK and Brazil, it's actually a full reciprocal tariff. 10% on the UK and 10% on Brazil. Those tariffs would take effect, presumably, at least according to the administration, on April 9th.
There's also an order that he signed to close a trade loophole that was used to ship low-value packages from China duty-free. It's known as the de minimis rule. Do we have any sense of how big of an impact that could have? Because I think our biggest trade imbalance is with China.
Absolutely, and it would be huge. Chinese companies have increasingly, their versions of Amazon, for example, have increasingly made and encroached into the U.S. market, and frankly, it's a lot cheaper to buy things on, say, Temu, if you're familiar with that Chinese entity. And so those packages have been coming into the U.S. Under the de minimis rule without tariff. And the president has said he's going to close that loophole, presumably allowing U.S. companies that would have lost business to those Chinese companies to regain it. All of this, of course, I don't know if we're burying the lead, but figures to run up the cost of any goods that are coming into the U.S., ramp up that cost to consumers. That seems an inevitability, but I suppose we'll see.
Yeah, some economists have argued that there are, perhaps better ways to achieve a goal of leveling the playing field. Before the president's broader announcement, a proclamation was signed on auto tariffs, 25% on vehicles beginning essentially right away, and then at a later date, hitting auto parts. Is that for all countries?
Yes, all countries, wherever they come from. I mean, whoever the U.S. obviously has GM and Ford have plants in Mexico and plants in Canada. But if even if it's a U.S. company, if their vehicle, I'm on a Ford at a Ford dealership now. I'm looking at some Ford Maverick trucks. They're made in Hermosillo, Mexico, and those, when they come in now, will be subject to the 25% tariff, even though it's a U.S. company. And even though, in some cases, the parts that came from that vehicle were made in the U.S. In the case of the Mavericks, it's the engine and the transmission that are made in the U.S., shipped down to Mexico, and then assembled down there, come back into the country. It's going to be a 25% tariff. As you indicate, going forward, even vehicles made and assembled in the U.S., if they have foreign parts that are part of them, those parts would come in when they come into the country would be tariffed. So, yeah, it's a lot of tariffs.
So what are you hearing at this Ford facility in Pennsylvania where you spent the day, or, how concerned are they?
Well, curiously enough, the manager I know at this location says, we're going to have to roll with it. Right now, I think they are buoyed a little bit by the fact that they have brought in, not only Ford, but other automakers, a lot of inventory. They saw this coming. Obviously, the president telegraphed this, and it made it possible to bring a lot of inventory to dealer lots. And so they've also been buoyed by the fact that over the last week or so, sales have gone crazy. In March, we just had some reports at the first of the month on March. Ford March sales up 10%, Hyundai, Kia up 30%, Honda up 13% as well. So people are coming in trying to beat the tariff, and that has helped sales right now. And now with the inventories on the lot, it's going to be a while before people start to have to look at, like, oh, wait a minute, this one that came in with the tariff costs a whole lot more, because presumably it's going to get passed along in some fashion to consumers. Maybe the automakers will eat some of it. Maybe the suppliers will eat some of it. Maybe the dealership will eat some of it. But, there's no way to have paid that tariff and not have that come out of somebody's hide.
There has been some support for tariffs from the head of the UAW. There was some auto workers at the president's announcement saying that they believe this will bring production back to the U.S. over time. Are you hearing that as well?
Well, absolutely. The head of the United Auto Workers, Sean Fain, who has famously been a Trump opponent, he supported former President Biden and supported Kamala Harris. He does not like Donald Trump, but he very much likes this. And not to take you too far back in history, but I am old. When Henry Ford built cars back in the day, everything was domestic. I mean, even in the same plant, every piece of the vehicle got made by Ford. And over time, specialization, other companies picked that up, and eventually that started being farmed out to Mexico and Canada, which was easier. And so over time, that has happened. And as Sean Fain would put it, the head of the UAW, it hollowed out America's industrial base. So he would like to see a lot of that come back into the U.S. The problem with that is the reason it went out in the first place is because it was cheaper to do so. It kept the cost of vehicles down. If you make everything in the U.S., I mean, clearly we have better benefits here in the U.S. and it costs a lot more to do manufacturing here. So get ready to pay more. If that's what in fact happens, I don't think there's any way that you're not going to get an increase in car prices.
It's pretty clear that tariff policy and trade policies in general, when you really dig into them, can be pretty complicated. Does the White House face kind of a messaging challenge on this? Is there a way that they can better explain it to the American public? Does really a lot just depend on what happens next and the results and the ramifications?
I think the Trump administration is very good at simplifying things, sometimes at the expense of some understanding and giving people an opportunity to have some understanding. When you say reciprocal tariffs, if they're charging us, we should charge them. Well, there, as you point out, complexities not only in the auto industry, but throughout a trade where one country's trying to protect a particular piece of its economy, and so it puts some tariffs on things to keep competition out. I mean, the reality is, whatever solution you come up with is not going to make everybody happy. We're either going to get cheaper cars and have more people employed, perhaps, or, there are trade-offs to be made all along. I think the fear about this administration is sometimes there's a hesitancy to look at those complexities and wade into those complexities. And maybe in the past we've waded too deep into the weeds. But as you point out, this does bring up just how interconnected the world is and how complex trade is. And I don't think it's going to be an unbumpy ride as we go forward.
Are you hearing hope on the ground from people you've been speaking with that maybe this is mainly a negotiating tool by the president, and it will lead to, better outcomes in terms of trade policy?
Yeah, I heard one person that I talked to said they think, given the fact that the president did not do completely reciprocal tariffs, that he did this so-called kind reciprocal, in other words, half maybe, that is a bit of an olive branch or a negotiating tool that says, okay, maybe we can talk about this. And I do think that there's certainly that possibility. I think just bringing the hammer down on this, it would be very disruptive to trade. And also, the other point of this is one of the reasons that the tariffs on auto parts are being pushed back until May, and that is because you got to write rules about this. What constitutes a part that came from a foreign country? What if that was made up of parts? Do you have to parse that down? It would be simpler if we didn't have to wade completely into this, and if this was a bit of negotiation, and if there are specific goals the administration has from each of these countries, that some negotiation might allow the U.S. to get what it wants in return for a rollback of the tariffs.
Well, Fox Business's Jeff Flock, we certainly appreciate your time today.
We hope we made sense of something that is hard to make sense of.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Do these 3 words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years. With endless options, colors, styles, and expert guidance, Kitchen Magic has brought over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens to life with all new cabinetry, refacing, countertops, and storage solutions. The best part? Right now, enjoy 40% off installation when you visit KitchenMagic.com. That's right, an amazing 40% off installation. Visit KitchenMagic.com now and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Kitchen Magic, where magic happens every day.
Join us at Odyssey as we do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This spring, Fairmount Park Conservancy invites you to connect with your Philadelphia neighborhood parks. Join your local park friends group during Love Your Park Week in May, or join us for weekly volunteer events all year long. Fairmount Park Conservancy works with the City of Philadelphia and its communities to bring parks to life. For information and to sign up, visit myphillypark.org.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. This offer is now extended through the end of April, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations through April 30th.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The European Union promising a swift response to trade tariffs announced yesterday by President Trump. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says the tariffs are a major blow to the world economy.
Let's be clear-eyed about the immense consequences. The global economy will massively suffer. Uncertainty will spiral and trigger the rise of further protectionism.
President Trump says the tariffs will bring jobs back to the U.S. Severe weather sweeping across the Midwest Wednesday as at least one tornado touched down in Potosi, Missouri. Resident Bob Sansucci described what he heard when the tornado approached his home.
Everybody says you hear a train coming, and I heard it coming. I told my wife, get in the basement, and jumped over the house.
One person was killed. America's listening to Fox News.
the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Alex Ovechkin is a hat trick away from history. Ovechkin moved to within 3 goals of breaking Wayne Gretzky's NHL record on Wednesday, scoring goal number 892 of his career. The 39-year-old scored in the second period of the Capitals' 5-1 loss to the Hurricanes. Despite missing 16 games due to a broken fibula, Ovechkin is 1 goal away from reaching 40 in a season for the 14th time in his career, which is also a record. After lighting the lamp Tuesday night against the Bruins, Ovechkin has scored in back-to-back regular season games for the 60th time. The Capitals have 7 games remaining for Ovechkin to pass the Great One. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
It is a chalky Final Four, but it is a just Final Four. And Ken Pomeroy, who's been at this for a while, and his stats and his analytics, it's gospel to the college basketball selection committee. He knows this is the best. In fact, these are 4 of the best teams of the last 20 years. 4 of the best teams, according to Ken Pom, are playing this upcoming weekend in San Antonio. Maybe the most loaded field for a Final Four that we've ever seen. And you see it right here. The entire Elite 8, Duke, Houston, Florida, Auburn, Tennessee, Alabama, Michigan State, and Texas Tech, even though they were a 3 seed, ranked higher than St. John's, who was eliminated in round number 2 by Arkansas. They all participated in the Elite 8. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the most just NCAA tournament in history. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. President Trump has released his tariff plan that includes a minimum 10% tariff on all exporters and slaps additional duties on those with the largest trade imbalances with the U.S. China, for instance, now faces a 54% total tariff. Mexico and Canada have been spared from this new tariff regime since they already face 25% tariffs tied to drug trafficking and illegal immigration. Market analysts are divided on the impact. Some see the tariffs as a negotiating tactic, while others predict they will slow trade, raise prices, and squeeze profit margins. Senate Republicans have unveiled a budget blueprint designed to fast-track a renewal of President Trump's tax cuts and also address an increase to the nation's borrowing limit. The Senate plan will allow for a $4 trillion extension of Trump's tax cuts and an additional $1.5 trillion in more tax reductions. The House plan calls for $4.5 trillion in total cuts. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-298-7182. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-298-7182. 800-298-7182. 800-298-7182.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full-price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get your second month free for a limited time. You'll get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month. Here's Veronica and Jackie, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
And now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free when they use promo code SECONDFREE. Just call, click, or bring us your bill and see how much you can save. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and use code SECONDFREE to get a free second month. Real people pay to share their opinions, and this ad plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
San Francisco visits Philadelphia when the Phils face the Giants at Citizens Bank Park for a 4-game set starting Monday, April 14th through Thursday, April 17th. Join the fun and get tickets now at Phillies.com. Ready, set, stroll. Fans 55 and over are invited to circle the diamond during Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases following the Phillies game against the Giants on Thursday, April 17th at 4:05. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday. It is indeed Kayal and Company, April 3rd, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Anna Hummel in for Dawn Stensland for the next week and a half. Sean. Hello.
Thank
Anna,
you for having me. It's been a while since I've been up and running this early, but not as bad as I anticipated.
Not that
yeah,
bad?
It's different. Yeah, granted, it's day one. You know, I'm usually not up at 4:15 usually, but it feels good. I'm going to chase the day.
That'll go.
Get ahead of things.
That'll
So
go.
it's good to be
like
with you guys. Thank you for having me.
Yes, indeed. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Lomquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Anna will be in for Dawn for the next week and a half. Sean Farish will join us at 7:30 today. We've got Joe Conklin in studio at 9:30.
Wow.
Phillies tickets at 9:50. Hello, Gregory.
There's too much. It's too much. We need to go home. 6:01.
Whose idea was this?
I'm checking out today. I'm checking out. Good morning. Hello, Anna. How are you?
Hi,
You
I'm
look
doing
lovely.
okay.
You look lovely
Thank
this
you.
morning.
I'm feeling okay. A little stiff.
Bright
I think
and
I
early.
incurred a bit of an injury yesterday.
Doing what?
Jiu-jitsu. I shouldn't have gone to begin with because I was like, I think my back isn't quite right, and then just went anyways. So not the move. So we're taking today off.
Jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, it's awesome. She could kick our asses.
So you fit right in perfectly. Once again, another lady that's more talented and tough than Greg and I.
True.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Can you
Jury's still out. We'll see how I do it in the real world fight.
Can you assemble cribs?
No, I don't think so.
Can you do things around the house with like a tool belt?
No. I'm pretty useless as a human being.
Oh, well, you'll fit in perfectly with us.
I've come to terms with that. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to defend that.
Some of you might remember Anna did some shows with us around the holidays. We were texting yesterday about the show, and she was infatuated. I believe the quote, Anna, yesterday was you were reading something about JFK, and you were
big balls
deep into it as far
Yeah.
as LBJ and Bush, and
Yeah.
you dropped some wisdom on me, including that Lee Harvey Oswald's wife is still alive in Texas.
Yeah, I didn't learn that from the book, but I'm reading this long 500-page book about the Bushes, and I'm in the part right. I'm only about a fifth the way into it, but we're talking about the hit. We're talking about the JFK assassination, so it was like perfect when I was listening to the show yesterday.
There you go.
And then I was like, I wonder if Marina, I think her name is Marina Oswald Porter, she remarried.
Oh.
And she's still alive and lives in Texas. I think she's like 86, 7, something like that. So maybe we can get her on the show.
Yeah. Or Pam Bondi can get her in the office and figure out what the hell happened.
Right.
That'd be cool.
So.
All right, very good. Anna will have some news coming up here in a moment. A big take today on Liberation Day.
Liberation Day.
Yeah. Liberation, tariffs for you, Everybody gets tariffs. I actually placed tariffs on my daughters last night in the spirit of tariffs for Starbucks bills, dance studios, iPhones, Rita's Italian Ice, Sephora. Not reciprocal percentage for percentage, but...
Are you keeping a running tab of everything that you've shelled out for them over the years, Kayal?
Yeah, I'm going to actually give them an invoice the day they turn 18.
This is what you owe me.
So they'll have 36 months to finance it and pay it all back.
Good luck with that.
Unbelievable. We'll get to that, but really the theme of the big take with Liberation Day, with tariffs, the more you listen to Trump, you realize his policies and his thoughts on America hasn't changed in the last 30 years. It's the Democrats that have done the flipping and the flopping, as Republicans as well, but Trump, the one consistent. Also this morning in the show, we're going to get to a couple of stories. We've got Leah Thomas back in the news.
Oh, good.
Phoenixville schools not adhering to Trump on DEI, and also the Nashville shooter story from 2 years ago at the Coventry Christian School. The final report was released by police yesterday with a glaring omission. We'll get into that a little bit later.
Ooh. I'm not going to spoil anything, but I have a guess. I have a guess what it is. Let me guess. Can I guess?
Boys
raise
and girls,
my hand.
please raise your hands if you want to jump in.
Okay. Sorry.
And also, we have to get to this Morgan Wallen Saturday Night Live story.
So
I saw it.
I had it on the cut sheet the other day, and I was just like, I don't know, does anybody care about the fact that he walked off the stage at the end of...
He did it in glorious fashion, too.
He did, and then I realized that, like, everybody was talking about it, and I was just like, man, I really should have done this, but now there's an update on the story, right?
Yes, there is.
A little behind-the-scenes action
Yeah,
as to
yeah,
what
he was-
happened. Okay.
he was the
I didn't understand why it was such a big deal, because when I saw the video, it didn't seem
because they
like
do
that
that
big of a deal. But
They do that dumb thing at the end
Where
of...
they hug and kiss at the-
Yes,
yeah,
everybody's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
hey, thank you to Morgan Wallen for having everybody have a good night, and you wave, and then
Mm-hmm.
you get to see who in the cast is the cool... There we go,
Mm-hmm.
see?
Yeah.
Phil has it up there.
Yeah.
And then he
Good night, everybody.
He gives a good night, everybody. You see he says something to the host, hugs her, and then
said, "Call me, babe,"
and then gets the F off the stage.
Yeah, he's out.
Yeah.
He's already got his paycheck. That's how I leave the studio at 9:55 each day.
And then he has a picture of his private plane that
Right.
evening that says, "Get me back to God's country."
Get me back to God's country.
So
yes.
Just quick tidbit about that actress who was the host of the show. I believe she played the lead role in Anora.
Yeah.
She's not Asian.
Oh, no?
Really?
No, like if you look at her,
does she identify as Asian?
no, she's one of my people. She's an LA Jew. I was just like, and then I looked at her twin brother. Now, granted, obviously it's like a fraternal twin, but he has red hair and looks like, the standard person that I went to Sunday school with.
Okay.
But I did a deep dive on her. And I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I don't even know
not
who
Asian.
She is. I don't even know who she is.
No, I don't either.
Yeah.
She's I don't know if the Academy Awards. The big winner was Honora.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, so she played the stripper, the lead role, and I ended up watching the movie, and it was entertaining.
Was that the movie about Is that the movie about the sex worker?
Yes,
yes. Because that's what we're supposed to call them now. They're not.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get that memo.
Whores or prostitutes, or sex workers. So.
Okay, sex workers. Yeah,
Does she put on a better show than Demi Moore did 30 years ago in Striptease?
Well,
I think I missed that one.
Oh, you got to check that one out.
Okay, I will.
Yeah.
Get right on that.
All right. I've annoyed her enough. Let's get down to business. Otto Hummel at 6:07. Hit us with round one of the news.
Yeah, absolutely. Today is April 3rd, 2025, and it's currently 48 degrees in Philadelphia. Today's weather, expect breezy and humid with clouds and breaks. A thunderstorm in spots this afternoon with a high of 77 degrees Fahrenheit. And tonight, cloudy and mild with a couple of thunderstorms with a low of 60 degrees. In the news this morning, Sirianni is really excited for Eagles to visit the White House to celebrate the Super Bowl win. The Philadelphia Eagles are heading to the White House later this month, and their head coach is honored to be part of such a long-standing tradition. Eagles coach Nick Sirianni said that he was, quote, really excited to go to the team's upcoming White House visit while speaking to reporters in Florida for the NFL annual meeting on Tuesday. Quote, what an honor, Sirianni said. Quote, what an honor to be able to go to the White House. Teams have been able to win championships, have been doing that for a long time, and I'm really honored to go and really excited to go, unquote. The Eagles have not revealed which or how many team players will attend the visit.
Yeah, I think Stalker was trying to figure out which players are definite no's. I've set the over/under. I think I said a few weeks ago, like 47.
So even if you
out of
53,
I'm so sorry.
Out of 53,
even if they aren't current players, right? If they've been traded or whatever, they still can go.
Yes, yeah, they still got a Super Bowl ring. They're still on the Super Bowl team.
C.J. Gardner could still go.
Correct,
but he won't.
Okay.
Brandon Graham.
Sorry.
No. Brandon Graham. I don't think. I hate to say it because I know he's so beloved down the hall.
Yeah.
But do you see him going?
I don't know. I've never really gotten. I'll be honest. My belief is that more players in the NFL voted for Trump than any other sport. That being said, this Eagles team has done a very good job of staying out of politics. The players. I don't hear many political opinions or social commentaries from many people on this roster currently. So I don't have a gut feeling one way or the other, although I do think a majority will go.
I can't imagine a big, burly, masculine football player voting for Kamala. Like that doesn't
vibe with you.
Like, what does that person look like?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Oh, Anna.
6'2", 225.
You don't know the woke.
I don't know. I feel like it. I mean, I'm on the show for a reason. I think voting for Kamala, especially as a big burly dude, is kind of a beta move.
It is a beta move. I agree.
So, is that rude to say?
No, it's not. And I support that message 1,000%.
Okay, good. All right. Moving along, Governor Josh Shapiro says, quote, people will suffer, and Pennsylvania Republicans have mixed views of Trump's tariff plan. With President Donald Trump announcing a new round of tariffs that could spark a global trade war on Wednesday, at least one Republican lawmaker from Pennsylvania expressed skepticism about the president's plan. U.S. Rep. Mike Kelly, a Republican from Butler County, owned and operated Kelly Automotive, a group of auto dealerships in Butler, for years before joining Congress. Given car parts are made all over the world, Kelly said he was unclear how Trump's tariffs would work. Quote, I've done it all my life, and when I look at it, how do you break this out? Because the supply chain is global, right? Kelly told the Inquirer on Capitol Hill on Wednesday, quote, so if a Chevy truck is assembled in some other part of the world and a Korean car is assembled here, I mean, it's like, wait a minute, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how he'll slice it up or how he's going to dice it up.
I guess he wasn't around the first time Trump was in office and imposed tariffs. Like, I love how everybody, whether it's either the fear porn of the, oh my God, we're going to get hit with tariffs, it's the end of the world, inflation's going to rise, which it could. I don't know what's more confusing, the fear porn of it, which we've kind of grown accustomed to, or the fact that these guys are like in business, yet they don't understand the concept of a tariff. You could legitimately spend 10 minutes on the internet and understand the way tariffs work. This is not complicated economics, especially when they tell you the percentage. They hit us for 100, we hit them for 42% or whatever it is. By the way, the charts will be up in the Big Take this morning.
Great. Wavy lines painted on a road in Montgomery County to, quote, calm traffic. This was an interesting local story. A new traffic pattern in one Pennsylvania township has left most residents outraged and others convinced it was an early April Fool's Day joke. Lines were painted in a wavy pattern along Gray Lane in Montgomery Township last week. Police say the traffic calming measures, quote unquote, were installed in response to numerous complaints from residents about the roadway becoming a, quote, speedway. Our highway safety officers and traffic engineers have determined that this is the best course of action for the area to ensure the safety of local residents.
It's on
ridiculous.
YouTube. It's on YouTube, on if you want to see it.
Yeah, if you're watching right now on the YouTube chat, you can see the. So what's the point of that? To stop people from speeding?
Yeah.
It has a calming effect, Greg.
Calming?
Yeah.
That's what it said, to calm traffic.
If every other road in Montgomery County wasn't under construction or littered with potholes, you wouldn't have speeding situations in breakaway roads like that.
This is supposed to be calming? To see a wavy line?
I mean,
I'd feel like I was drunk.
I know.
Yeah, I know. I don't get it either. The residents don't either. Some people still think this is an April Fool's joke, and many people have said that this is, quote, the dumbest idea ever, unquote.
In April Fool, I mean, that's a pretty elaborate April Fool's joke, no?
Yeah.
Because then they have to repaint it.
And that's in a neighborhood. I mean, that's a relatively benign road. That's probably a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit road, right?
You know what's interesting? On Byberry Road, right before you get to Woodhaven, they have these, there's like a school zone, and they just put in these like bumps, like, like speed bumps.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that really works. I mean, I hate it because you can usually
jolts you,
fly down that road, but then you have to go over it. But like that stuff, I don't understand this.
No.
I mean, that's just.
No, and I'm not going in that traffic pattern either. I'm not popping in. I'm going straight the whole way.
Can you imagine a dumbass who's going to just kind of, follow the wave, follow the line and just keep going?
Yeah, that dumbass would be me.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's
I'm
got
very much a rule follower.
It's got to be here for a reason, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Although, if you look down at the end of the road, you see that car that's kind of sitting there on the left.
Yeah.
I'd love to be a police officer and that be a cop car and be the first guy to pull somebody over for not following the pattern.
Yeah. Some instant feedback. PA Pyrotechnic fan says Eagle owner is woke like all NFL ownership is.
Well, yes.
There's no question about it.
Doesn't mean his players are, though.
Jeffrey Lewis. And you go to the White House no matter who the president is.
Agreed.
Lastly, because sports, right? We like sports.
Thank you.
Zach Wheeler dominates as Phillies collect series win over the Rockies. Zach Wheeler took the mound Wednesday at Citizens Bank Park for his first home start of the season, where he dominated for 7 innings, allowing 1 run on 3 hits. Phillies ace collected his first win in 2025 with a 5-1 feat over the Rockies and put a bow on the outing with his 26th career double-digit strikeout game.
The Phillies are 4-1 now. The Dodgers are 8-0. The Padres are 7-0. The Giants are 5-1. And the good old Atlanta Braves, 0-7.
Boy, you really have a. I know you used to work down there, buddy, but you really have a blank on for them, don't you?
I mean, look at the record. 0-7.
Yeah.
I mean, they might be mathematically eliminated before tax day.
Yeah.
At this rate.
Now, I know you guys like football, but is baseball also something you follow closely?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay,
absolutely.
right, of course.
This town is well.
I've actually placed tariffs on the Sixers and the Flyers.
Yeah,
so bad.
yeah. We're a
2-sport city now.
Yeah, it's just baseball and football.
Yep.
Football way ahead of baseball, but
Gotcha.
And
but that's where it ends. No basketball.
Well,
the soccer.
The problem is our basketball team sucks. So they're kind of Flyers just fire their head coach. So they're no good. So it's
Did you say soccer? Soccer, Anna?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe I should say hockey before soccer.
Yeah, well, hockey's bad as well,
thing,
but
right?
Soccer's not an American sport.
Right? Yeah.
It's not a man's
Football,
sport either.
Right. Of course.
Road Warrior says about the wavy lines: try smoking a bowl and then driving down that road. Yeah, that's a good point.
I'll pass.
I would just.
Soccer's like, I would.
In my 17, 18, I may have seen lines that look like that as I was driving.
Just
saying.
Anna, have you ever seen lines like that?
No. No, I've never seen road lines like that. No.
Oh, okay.
No.
But have you ever seen lines like that at all?
This is a trick question.
He's
Are the feds
asking.
listening?
He's asking if you imbibe, and you don't have to answer.
Would you and soccer been a great party back in the 90s?
No comment. Okay. Well, not me in the 90s. I was like, 10.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, maybe in the early 2000s. We could
All
have
right,
had
so
some fun.
I feel so old. Everybody's younger than me.
I know, soccer's the old man.
Not by much. Greg, don't feel too bad.
I get you.
I'm right behind you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry. Do you have a sponsor or anything?
No, I think we're good.
All right, we're good. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to the big take on the other side.
By the way, great job, Anna.
Yes.
Oh, thanks.
She'll be doing
Reading.
news. She'll be
Awesome.
news. Thank you for reading. We appreciate it.
Good job.
I got you.
There you go. Big take when we come back. Liberation Day and the Lost Truth. It's Kayal and Company. Anna Hummel is in for Dawn Stensland. Sean Ferris joins the party at 7:30. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-380-9012. 800-380-9012. Again, that's 800-380-9012.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti. Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, $55.44, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Winning tickets to see the Phillies. Listen to Kayal and Company mornings at 9:50 this week to win a pair of tickets to see the Phillies and the Giants. Tuesday, April 15th at Citizens Bank Park. It's Jackie Robinson Day with an on-field tribute to the legacy of number 42 before the game. For tickets, visit Phillies.com.
.623, Kayal Company live on a Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel in for Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker. Phillies tickets at 9:50, Joe Conklin at 9:30. Sean Farish weather pending at 7:30.
I was just going to say.
As you know, he lives in the Nashville, Tennessee area, and the Mid-South and the Midwest being pummeled with tornadoes. Farish actually tweeting out some of the weather graphics. He actually just moved from Spring Hill, Tennessee to Murfreesboro, which I know both well.
Yeah.
And the tornado is literally hovering over his old locale of Spring Hill.
So we may or may not hear from him at 7:30. We don't know.
I say we send him out into the field like Jim Cantori from the Weather Channel and let him report
Boots on
live.
the ground.
Yeah.
Boots on the ground.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yes. Always bring it back to the show.
Yes.
Even if you die in the process.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Think about the show first.
That's right. Content is king. 855-839-1210. Let's get down to business here on this Thursday morning, post-Liberation Day, with another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. The Big Take, Liberation Day, and what I believe is one of the lost truths. So I don't consider myself to be a Trump apologist by any stretch. If you've listened to the show, you know I'm willing to criticize Trump or those in his administration. I consider myself more of a Trump realist. On Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025, Donald Trump put into motion officially what some are saying could go down as one of the most important days in modern American history. Time will tell how it unfolds. Will America be great again? Or will everyday Americans lose some money in the process and be angry? We shall see. But lost in the hysteria of Trump and tariffs is the biggest revelation of all, at least for me personally. In a day and age of party realignment, one thing has stood the test of time for 3 decades plus. Donald Trump's vision for America and the policies that he subscribes to remain the same from 1995 as they are today in 2025. We have the receipts to show you in just a moment. Old school Democrats and classic liberals who valued free speech, such as the Bill Maher's of the world, they used to be the torchbearers of the Democrat Party. Now they're the outliers, the vocal minority that shouts the loudest while canceling and censoring opposing viewpoints has overtaken the Democrat Party. It's got socialist and communist tendencies to it. Left-wing radical progressives with their woke ideologies, they now dictate and mandate how the left acts and is also forced to think. Republicans, such as the old guard GOP during the Bush era, Bush 41, Bush 43, conservative, stodgy, very much elitist. But now with MAGA controlling the Republican Party, it's more of a America First populist platform that values free speech, has some fun, isn't offended by comedy, won't censor you. Sure, it still has its conservative principles and values, but it's loosened up. We'll highlight the flip-flopping of Democrats as well as their hypocrisy momentarily. But first, let's get down to Trump, tariffs, Liberation Day, and staying true to what he's always been. Here was Donald Trump over 30 years ago talking about the economy, America, and its bad deals. Listen and watch.
And yet we let Japan come in and dump everything right into our markets and everything. It's not free trade. If you ever go to Japan right now and try to sell something, forget about it, Oprah. Just forget about it. It's almost impossible. They don't have laws against it. They just make it impossible. They come over here, they sell their cars, their VCRs, they knock the hell out of our companies. And, hey, I have tremendous respect for the Japanese people. I mean, you can respect somebody that's beating the hell out of you, but they are beating the hell out of this country. Kuwait, they live like kings. The poorest person in Kuwait, they live like kings. And yet they're not paying. We make it possible for them to sell their oil. Why aren't they paying us 25% of what they're making? It's a joke.
It is a joke. The days of America being a joke and being Walmart, hopefully, are over. Here was 47, some 30 years later, yesterday, delivering on what his vision has been all along. Listen and watch.
The United States can no longer continue with a policy of unilateral economic surrender. We cannot pay the deficits of Canada, Mexico, and so many other countries. We used to do it. We can't do it anymore. We take care of countries all over the world. We pay for their military. We pay for everything they have to pay. And then when you want to cut back a little bit, they get upset that you're not taking care of them any longer. But we have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first. And I'm sorry to say that. And today we're standing up for the American worker, and we are finally putting America first.
We are the biggest, baddest, boldest nation on the planet, and under 47, we're done. We're done being bullied and beaten by other countries that are beneath us. Some of the details include, Phil, please throw up the tariffs chart on YouTube if you can. For those not able to see the graphics, you have 3 columns. The nation on the left, what we pay them in tariffs in the middle, and now what Trump and America are charging them. And honestly, Trump went light. He could have gone harder, but I think some smart economic advisors informed him about the inflationary risks of being too reckless. For example, China, we get hit with a 67% tariff. We are now charging them 34%. The European Union charges us 39%. We are now punching back to the tune of 20%. You can see the other nations as well, including Vietnam, Taiwan, India, Japan, South Korea on the screen as well. Trump went on to say, American steelworkers, auto workers, farmers, and skilled craftsmen, we have a lot of them with us here today. They really suffered gravely. They watched in anguish as foreign leaders have stolen our jobs. Foreign cheaters have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream. We had an American dream that you don't hear so much about. You did 4 years ago, and you are now, but you don't too often. Now it's our turn to prosper. And in doing so, use trillions and trillions of dollars to reduce our taxes and pay down our national debt. And it will all happen very quickly. With today's action, we are finally going to be able to make America great again, greater than ever before. Jobs and factories will come roaring back into our country, and you see it happening already. We will supercharge our domestic industrial base, end quote. Trump has always been this way, policy-wise. But two things have changed in the last 30 years. Trump has switched from a Democrat to a Republican, and the Democrats of today were actually Trump 15, 20, 25, and 30 years ago. Let's examine, shall we? How about we start with just a mere 14 years ago? Here was Barack Obama in 2011 talking about waste, fraud, and abuse in the government. Listen and watch.
Everyone knows that getting rid of the deficit will require some tough decisions. And that includes cutting back on billions of dollars in programs that a lot of people care about. But what should be easy is getting rid of the pointless waste and stupid spending that doesn't benefit anybody. Waste we should be getting rid of, even if we didn't have a deficit. Sure, some of these cuts aren't that big, but no amount of waste is acceptable. Not when it's your money. Not at a time when so many Americans are already cutting back. Just as families are living within their means, government should too.
Well, spank my bottom, that sounds very Dojian of Barack, does it not? Obama talked the game. Trump and Elon Musk are walking it. Listen and watch this.
Elon Musk's special government tenure is coming to an end, 130 days, I think another month.
Yeah.
Do you want him to stay longer, or is it time for him to go back to running his companies in your
Well, I think he's amazing, but I also think he's got a big company to run, and so at some point he's going to be going back. He wants to.
Would you want to keep him around?
But I'd keep him as long as I could keep him. He's a very talented guy. I love very smart people. And he's very smart, and he's done a good job. Doge has, we found numbers that nobody can even believe, like 400 billion, 500 billion. It could be close to $1 trillion by the time they end on different things. And he's led the charge, and you've seen a lot of his people. And these are people that joined up. I would say they're high IQ people. I like high IQ people. And they've done a great job. No, at some point, Elon's going to want to go back to his company. I will say he's got, despite the way he's been treated, so he's an American patriot, but the way he's been treated with Tesla is just terrible.
According to reports, Musk, Doge, and the Labor Department 2 days ago uncovered and retrieved $4.3 billion in COVID fraud funds that will soon be returned to taxpayers. But what about immigration and the border? The truth, consistency, never changing versus what the Democrats have done, and they've done a complete 180. Because when it comes to immigration, the left likes to say, oh, Donald Trump, he's a racist, right? Well, then what does that make Hillary Clinton? Listen and watch this.
Shadows, if they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked, they're gone. If they've been working and are law-abiding, we should say, here are the conditions for you staying. You have to pay a stiff fine because you came here illegally. You have to pay back taxes, and you have to try to learn English, and you have to wait in line.
But Hillary, nobody's illegal. Hate has no home here. Trump echoes the same verbiage that Hillary Clinton echoed years and years and years ago. Suddenly, Trump's Hitler. Is Trump the radical, or are Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries and Boston Mayor Michelle Wu? You judge for yourself and decide. Here's Dollar Store Obama just yesterday. Listen and watch this.
In that referendum in Wisconsin, then you should have brought the SAVE Act, which is a voter suppression bill that we strongly oppose, to the floor this week. You could have done it. Could have done it today. You could do it tomorrow. We dare you to bring the SAVE Act to the floor. We'll have that discussion. That's voter suppression.
It's voter suppression to make sure that only American citizens are voting in American elections. Okay. Trump wants voter ID in every state, and that's considered controversial. Yet, almost every country on the planet requires voter ID. America, well, we've got some states that do not. Oh, by the way, those are the only states that Kamala Harris won in November. Michelle Wu, Boston mayor, quadruples down yet again on illegal aliens. Listen and watch this.
What do you say to the people who, in your constituency, who might feel like, hey, why are we doing this
what's the big deal with this sanctuary city thing? If people are illegally in the country, shouldn't we arrest them and get rid of them? What is the big deal?
Yeah, we are, again, we're the safest city because we're safe for everyone. In a community where over a quarter of your residents were born in another country, if people are afraid to drop their kids off at school or call 911 when they need help or share information when they actually have information to report about a crime that happened, that makes everyone less safe, whether or not you are an immigrant, whether or not you're here in this country 6 generations or just arrived. So we're really focused on being that home for everyone, and it's worked.
Not really. It's worked so well that Tom Homan, ICE, Kristi Noem, and the DHS have had to raid multiple areas multiple times of the greater Boston area with MS-13 and Trende Aragua gang members to ensure a safer city. How did Bostonians get conned into voting for this maniac? Could you imagine in Philadelphia, had we selected Helen Gim? Sherelle Parker, she's a bit of a doozy, but it could be far worse. The more you see the Democrats pivoting on policy or doubling down on identity politics and attempting to radicalize everything Trump says and does in this resistance movement that Cory Booker is probably still talking about, it's crashed and burned. The more you realize one thing, Donald Trump really hasn't changed. Yeah, he went from D to R, but he is what he is. He says what he believes, and then he tries to implement his vision. Liberation Day with tariffs has confirmed that. Now we sit back and wait, hoping that the American dream is achievable once again. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year by calling 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. You can call us at 855-839-1210. Hit us up on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat. All right, Anna Hummel, your thoughts, takeaways, observations from Liberation Day yesterday with tariffs, as well as how Trump has been relatively consistent across the board on the big issues for 30 years, yet it's the Democrat and the Republican Party that has had realignment. Trump seems to be the one consistent over the course of time. Your thoughts?
Right. Probably the thing that comes to mind is the famous Thomas Sowell quote. I don't know if you're familiar with it, where he says the main difference between liberals and conservatives is that liberals think that there are solutions to problems and conservatives understand that there are only trade-offs.
Oh.
So, yeah, I don't know if you've heard that
I have
before.
not.
Yeah, it's a good one. So
I like that.
I apply that to many aspects of my own life, not just politics, but I think the same goes for tariffs. You know, of course, there are drawbacks to tariffs. It might increase inflation, it might increase costs of goods that Americans want to buy, but obviously the long-term plan is to incentivize people to buy American, for foreign companies to make products in America, which would boost the economy and add to a boost in jobs as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I think that is understandable, and I'm open to trying new things, and I think it's wildly unfair that American products are taxed wildly abroad, and foreign companies and countries have just free reign to sell their products here in America. So it's time to level the playing field, and I'm excited to see what happens.
I agree. And look, I'm all for trying new things. And I think this administration, even compared to the first Trump administration, is going about things differently. If you view as a politician or a business owner or any walk of life, if it's broken, fix it. If it's not broken, you don't touch a damn thing. You don't try to be the smartest guy in the room and then cause an issue that wasn't there to begin with. But this is the same thing, whether it's on the economy with America, whether it's with the border. Hell, we talk about it with RFK Jr. and making America healthy again. And Stocker always talks about, I'm just glad that we're having the conversation when it pertains to food and big pharma. We have a broken system, right? In big food, big ag, big pharma, it's, hey, you're going to put all these ridiculous ingredients, dyes, certain oils. It makes us sick. It makes us fat. We end up being on pharmaceuticals. It's a big cyclical scheme to keep us dependent on medicine and our big institutions in this country. Same thing with the economy, with tariffs. Why are we paying ridiculous percentages on goods from slapdick nations and then not charging them in return? I am all for that. And the one thing I've said consistently with this is Trump hasn't lied to us about it. He said, look, this, and I'm paraphrasing here, this might suck for a little bit. It might be a little painful. I think some of the economists out there have said, look, the average American household might end up paying $3,000 more per year. A lot of us can't afford to cough up an additional $3,000. That's if this plays out the way the doom and gloom naysayers are saying it will play. I mean, we might have here in the next 2 days, 4 weeks, 6 months, a bunch of nations that all of a sudden say, all right, we're going to drop the tariffs or we're going to lower the tariffs and meet the percentage. And Trump kind of went light on these countries as well. And just yesterday or a day and a half ago, Israel, as I'm chatting with Anna Hummel, our self-described L.A. Jew, her words, not
I'm
mine.
not an ambassador for Israel, by the way. But,
you're not?
But sure, go ahead. No.
I mean, even in light of the tariffs coming for April 2nd, Israel was like, all right, no more tariffs for America. And that's what it's about. It's a power play. It's a leverage move to get these nations to start respecting us on the business front.
Sure.
If you guys want to hear a little bit more from Trump from the Rose Garden yesterday.
Did he pave the Rose Garden? I know
not
a lot
yet,
of people were
not yet.
concerned about that.
And yesterday was a little overcast, misty, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure some of these women with their high heels and their the boots may have been sinking into the ground.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. All right, let's play a little bit of Trump from yesterday.
April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. Going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy. For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike. American steel workers, auto workers, farmers, and skilled craftsmen, we have a lot of them here with us today. They really suffered gravely. They watched in anguish as foreign leaders have stolen our jobs, foreign cheaters have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream. We had an American dream that you don't hear so much about. You did 4 years ago, and you are now, but you don't too often, and for many years and decades even, you didn't hear too much about. Our country and its taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years, but it is not going to happen anymore. It's not going to happen.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Yeah.
Because, I always have to throw the turd in the punch bowl.
Scavengers, by the way. I haven't heard that term in a while.
I understand the whole idea of this is to, the American people, the American manufacturers not being ripped off anymore by places that we need their goods and services from.
Mm-hmm.
But if the goal is to put everything, make everything, made in America, bought in America, every company has everything, right here in the United States. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
But do you know any business that does not have some sort of a supply chain from another country?
No, of course not. No. And business owners are always going to look for the cheapest cost for their product, right?
So is it even possible to make every business?
No.
You know what I mean?
What he's selling is not achievable, but if we get some of it along the way, you talk about the automobile manufacturers. Was it Hyundai is investing? Is it $20 billion for a dealership, or not a dealership, a plant? I don't know if they use the word plant anymore. A manufacturing plant for their vehicles. Is that in Illinois or Indiana? I forget which state it was. The one that's going down in Louisiana. I mean, if we're able to get some things here versus nothing here or very little here, I think that's a victory. And then, oh, by the way, the jobs. I mean, we talk about it on this show a lot, Anna. I know you went to school for, what did you go to school for, psychology or psychiatry?
Oh, God. Yeah, I was
you ended up in radio
psychology.
somehow? Yeah. Like me, I tried to go to be a lawyer, and I ended up doing talk radio. Yeah. So, I mean,
funny how that works out.
We always talk on this show about how college is a waste of money and a waste of time when you talk about, walking out with $200,000 in debt. If it's an Ivy League school, the schools of trades, that's where the value is. You can make $80,000 at 20 years old and not owe a king's ransom in debt. I mean, a lot of these people.
Is it possible for college to be a waste of money but not a waste of time? Because I had a great time in college.
Me too. I agree. I agree with that statement wholeheartedly.
So much fun in college. Was it worth the money? Probably not.
No.
But I mean, I'm gonna have those memories forever, right? That's worth something.
See, that's the difference between both of you. I'm assuming you both lived on campus, correct?
Sure. Yeah.
See, I was a commuter to Temple,
Ew, boo.
so I never lived the party life. Well, plus I got
What
married.
school?
I got married at 13, so.
Okay. What school did you do undergrad?
Temple.
Okay.
Temple, right in the heart of North Philadelphia.
Alrighty.
Yeah, there's a reason
That
why
might
I didn't want to
explain
live
it.
on campus.
Yeah.
I didn't want to get shot when I went for a cheesesteak.
Fair enough. I went to UC Santa Barbara. I don't know if you know where Santa Barbara is, but it's pretty badass.
It looks
right on the
amazing.
beach.
When I was
People would
looking
surf during breaks.
You know, it's funny, Anna. When I was looking at schools, I actually looked. At that
Santa
school.
Barbara?
Yeah, because I was
It
just
was
like,
so
I don't
great.
really know what I want to do or what I want to be. So like, I'm just gonna go to a beach party town.
Yeah, be a beach bum.
Yeah,
and
And you
maybe
ended up
get
in
a
Myrtle
degree.
Beach, right?
And I ended up in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah. 'Cause it was,
Same, but different.
It was way cheaper. It was way cheaper.
Yeah,
It was coastal Carolina, right?
Yeah, it was.
The Chanticleers.
Yeah.
There you go.
We have to break.
All right, 855-839-1210. We'll come back, put a bow on the first hour. If you want to jump in with the tariff talk, 855-839-1210. Then we have some stories locally. Leah Thomas, Phoenixville schools, and then also the Nashville Police Department. No mention of,
oh boy,
in the final report. We'll tell you when we come back. It's Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. It's springtime. Time to think about your lawn. What about your lawn care service? Years ago, I chose a lawn care service which delivers great results and is actually safer for my family, kids, and pets. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they do not believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush, green lawns naturally. With organic fertilizers to the safer weed and insect controls, your lawn thrives season after season without compromising any safety. But you don't have to just take my word for it. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Now's the time. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. Get free seeding every year for a greener, healthier lawn, plus free seeding. 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Ziola. You know, having a beautiful, healthy smile isn't just important for how you look, it's also important for your health. In fact, there's so much research now about the correlation between gum disease and heart disease and your gut microbiome. Look, it all matters, and that's why I want you to reach out to my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. He's been my family dentist for years, and the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. Dr. Mike Veneria has been delivering results that surpass expectations, and it's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So if you've been on the fence about getting that complicated dental procedure, or if you're looking for a second opinion, reach out to Dr. Mike today. He's the best. I promise you won't be disappointed. I trust my family to Dr. Veneria. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on your conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Call 855-415-ROTH for a free personalized analysis. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? What? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company, 6:51 Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Nick, Anna, and Greg. Sean Farish will join us in about 40 minutes. Weather pending. 855-839-1210. A lot of tornadoes in the Mid-South area, which would include Nashville. Great to have Anna in today. We've talked about this story locally for quite some time. Trans swimmer Leah Thomas, University of Penn. You guys remember the story, 2022 NCAA National Championship swimming meet. Riley Gaines, now you see her on Fox News, Outkick, kind of the poster girl of being denied safe spaces and safe places in women's sports, the victim of Title IX, as Leah Thomas, a dude pretending to be a female for the University of Penn, defeated, or I think technically tied, Riley Gaines, who was the Kentucky swimmer. I think that was actually a tie, but, I mean, let's call a spade a spade. But Riley Gaines won that if it wasn't for a dude being in the pool. So Leah Thomas is now coming out and saying that Leah will vow to keep fighting for inclusion in women's sports. Trump signed that executive order, as you guys know, back in February, banning trans athletes from women's sports. Thomas, the biological male, was at the center of that 2022 competition. Leah Thomas says, quote, this is just yesterday, "I am going to keep fighting as much as I am able to do. In order to fight the battles we need to fight, we have to stick together and support each other." She also goes on to say, or he, however you want to call it, it has to be athletes deciding for themselves where they feel, quote, most affirmed and most comfortable, having routes that are safe and non-discriminatory that allow us to access that. Thomas argued that the House, those rules would be declared invalid and unlawful, and continues to fight this in the courts. Trump has also said that he will strip away, I should say, $175 million in funding to UPenn last month after allowing biological males to continue to take part in women's sports. I want to get your thoughts on this, Anna. The audience knows where I stand with this, where Dawn stands with this. We've talked about this a ton. But you mentioned jiu-jitsu yesterday in the beginning of the show this morning. Now, did you compete in any athletic competitions when you were growing up, or are you competing in jiu-jitsu competition now? I'm curious to know how you would feel if a biological male came into a women's-only sport that you were partaking in, and what your reaction would be.
Well, I don't compete in jiu-jitsu. No, I can't even say it. Mostly because a fear of getting injured, and I feel like I'm constantly getting just smashed on the mats anyways. But my gym is unique because I am the only female at my gym.
Okay.
And I trained with it's just like me and a bunch of dads. It's awesome. Actually, I really enjoy it. But there is maybe one male that's comparable to my size. He's like maybe 130 pounds, and he still whoops my butt. In terms of just strength and force. And most of the time when I'm rolling with these guys, they're not going full throttle on me, and I appreciate it.
Right.
I don't mind that there's differences between men and women. Some people are offended by that. I don't understand why any woman feels that they need to be as strong as a man. There's men who are stronger than other men. We somehow respect different weight classes. Somehow that's not a problem. You don't see a flyweight in a heavyweight competition, and nobody seems to bat an eye. But all of a sudden, yeah, it's really bizarre that we're willing to accept like intra-sexual differences within the sexes,
Mm-hmm.
but then differences between the sexes people are up in arms about. And I definitely think there's more differences, within a sex than between. I mean, we can all think of a feminine male or a masculine woman. That's not a problem, but I just don't understand why people have such a problem with biology all of a sudden. That's super offensive to people.
Or the denial that there are biological differences.
Right.
There are people out there with platforms that will argue that males do not have an inherent athletic advantage over females. Now, of course, you're going to run into these scenarios where the chick can whip the dude's butt. She's faster. She's stronger. Anna would probably carve up Greg and I in a lot of different athletic endeavors right now. I mean, look at me. I'm carrying an extra 17 pounds that I shouldn't be carrying right now. But the truth is, by and large, most of the time, the man can physically dominate the female. And we've seen all the viral clips. 6'2" guy playing basketball against 5'5" women who was a marginal male athlete and then is all of a sudden Wilt Chamberlain against females. I don't see a ton of females that are trying to transition to become men that are going into men's sports and dunking on men and dominating them. If those video clips exist, Anna, I'd like to see them, but I don't think they exist.
Yeah, let me ask you guys a question. Do you think people like Leah Thomas and Leah Thomas itself, this person, do you think that they're just like a wacko that also happens to be a swimmer, or do you think it's the case that they are trying to transition to like be a better athlete because they can win?
No, I
in the
think
women's division?
I think it starts with the mental health crisis, which I believe the trans thing is. I do, and we'll get to the Audrey Hale Nashville story coming up next hour. I think it's a mental health issue. It just coincides with the fact that they are an athlete, and they say, well, okay, I was like on the bench on the dudes team, but if I follow through with what my head's telling me I should be and that I should be female, well, I can be pretty damn good in female sports.
Right.
I don't think it's an excuse just to be great in sports. Like I was an average high school football player, average. Never once thought about, boy, you know what? If I become a chick, I could be the baddest woman at Easton Area High School. That thought never entered my mind.
Right.
But that's not me.
Yeah, it's crazy because if you look at Leah Thomas's stats, and by the way, this isn't someone who transitioned when they were 12, even though I would have issues with that. This is someone who transitioned like a year ago or 2 years ago.
As an adult.
They were competing in male collegiate sports and then took, I don't know, a summer and a half off and then came back to the table as a woman. And I think that they were ranked like 482nd or something wild, like
way
a
off the grid.
moderate male athlete takes female hormones, so actually becomes worse at the sport, and then enters into the women's division and whoops ass.
Yes.
So it just kind of shows you how much worse women are at sports. I hate to say that, being a woman, I'm also an athlete, but I live on planet Earth. I live rooted in reality.
Yes.
And again, we're just talking about elite athletes here. I could probably outrun many men on the street, that are overweight or older or whatever. But when it comes to, maybe not you, Nick, but when
Definitely
it comes to, elite athletes or competitive sports, by and large, every time men are going to win. And to that, I say, it's okay, and who cares if they're better?
Yeah.
Who cares? People get it so upset. Well, don't say that. Why? Who cares if they're better? It doesn't matter. It is what it is. Live on planet Earth.
UConn women's basketball, the best college basketball program over the last 30 years in college basketball, would not be able to beat the best boys state championship high school basketball team.
Right.
Guaranteed. The best boys basketball team in high school would crush, sorry, Phil Almquist, they would crush UConn women's college basketball, the best women's college basketball. Why? Biology. 855-839-1210, the number. We'll come back. Anna's got some news for round number 2, and then we'll get to the final police report of Audrey Hale in Nashville. Perfect timing because Sean Ferris scheduled to join us in just about 30 minutes. Hour 2 is next.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-483-3030. 800-483-3030. 800-483-3030.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provides smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-LIFE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
7:05. It is Kayal and Company. Happy Thursday to all of you. With Kayal, Greg Stocker, Anna Hummel in for Dawn Stensland this morning. Sean Farish scheduled to join us coming up at 7:30. Don't forget this morning we've got Joe Conklin in studio at 9:30. Phillies tickets at 9:50. And by the way, Conklin will be at the Keswick Theater this Saturday for another Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Sports Orchestra. By the way, that was such a great time. Dawn and I went out to Westchester, and I had seen, 3 or 4 performances of Conklin, but it was only stand-up. I've never seen the City Rhythm Orchestra with the sports, and that was the first time. What a hell of a performance.
Yeah. Excited to see this one. This one's where? The Keswick?
Keswick, Glenside.
Great venue. Great venue, by the way.
Indeed.
9:30, Joe Conklin today. Well, we have
right.
a packed show today.
Yep. And by the way, the Conklin brothers, they all look the same. 5'7" and bald.
There's brothers?
There's a brother, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They're all family. Or most of them are family.
Shecky Conklin?
Yeah. I'd fit right in if I shaved the beard. Although I'm 5'9", as we've documented.
Yeah. Anna, he lies about his height, which means he's
What
probably...
does he typically say it is?
I claim to be 5'10".
No.
I identify as 5'10".
Round up, by all means.
I feel like you were saying 5'11" at one point.
Well, maybe.
And I'm 6'2".
They shrunk back down to 5'9". Okay.
And I'm 6'2", so we did a back-to-back test, and I'm a full head taller than he is.
Yeah, Stocker could dunk on me.
Yeah.
By the way, it's okay when Leah Thomas identifies as a girl, but if I identify as 5'10", it's World War III.
Right, it's problematic.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. All right, let's get down to the news. Round number 2 at 7:07. Anna Hummel, take it away.
All right. Today is April 3rd, 2025, and it is currently 49 degrees Fahrenheit in Philadelphia. Today's weather, expect breezy and humid with clouds and breaks of sun. A thunderstorm in spots this afternoon, high of 77 degrees Fahrenheit. And tonight, cloudy and mild with a couple of thunderstorms, a low of 60 degrees. In the news this morning, New Jersey Governor Murphy signs a law that makes AI deepfakes illegal. New Jersey is fighting back against deceptive AI photos, videos, and audio known as deepfakes. On Wednesday, Governor Phil Murphy signed legislation that establishes civil and criminal penalties for people who produce the material. The new law was partially inspired by an incident in a high school where a student used AI to place their classmates' photos on pornographic images.
Uh-oh.
Yep. 16-year-old Francesca took her fight to lawmakers after being the target of an explicit AI deepfake image. Quote, "This law is for every woman and teen dismissed with nothing happening or just move on." 2 years ago, she and 29 other students found out that a boy at Westfield High had posted pornographic images that were not real. He was suspended for a day, but Francesca refused to settle and she went on a mission. She said, "There are boys using this technology, but there are also criminals and pedophiles and just creeps altogether." So it's a bigger issue than that lack of laws and legislation really meant something to Francesca. This is a quote from her mother.
So there's 2 things here that can be discussed. I'm okay with the government, or Phil Murphy in this case, intervening and making this illegal when it comes to protecting minors, protecting females, falsely with guys. This is... You want to call it boys being boys, you want to call it disgusting, call it what you will. It should be protected. I have daughters. If my daughters were 16 in high school, I wouldn't want some 18-year-old senior doctoring images of them that looks like porn and then having their reputation smeared and having their heart broke and coming home crying, hysterical, all of that. But it does, I feel like, I always say, does it create a slippery slope? Because if you do this, then where do you draw the line with the government? Is the government going to allow or not allow deep fakes, AI on social media, misinformation, disinformation? Even though I don't like it, even though it's kind of hard to figure out in this day and age what's authentic and what's not. God knows I've sent a clip or 2 or 12 to Stocker over the last 2 years, and he said, "Bro, it's fake. Stop looking at Twitter."
Yeah.
But that's where I feel like as an adult, it should be up to us. I don't want the government telling me what can be posted on social media and what's real and what's not. I think that creates, basically a state-run media, and I don't want to live in that world.
Yeah, it is. It is unfortunate because this technology is only getting better.
Well, what's weird is that, not to be crude, but back in the day, back in the 90s when I was in high school and stuff, there would be Polaroids that may or may not have been passed around of females in classes that their male partners may have taken. But
Polaroids.
What's weird now is that we knew that at the time that was real.
Mm-hmm.
Now you don't. Now you have no idea if it's real.
Right.
You know what I mean? Which is way scarier, I think.
Well, back in the day, you would take the Polaroid of the girl's body or head and then cut something out of like a Playboy magazine, splice them and tape them together and pass them around in the cafeteria.
But that was obvious.
That was obvious,
about
right.
this. Like you could be an unsuspecting.
It was a fake. It was just not a deep fake.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. You can tell the difference. Now these guys, these criminals or whatever, are considered graphic artists.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you think about it, they're just creating art, and art should be protected, right?
Well,
I don't know.
and also with the AI deepfakes on voice, where you see a video posted and the voice and the content of what's being said is doctored or altered, whether it's a politician. Hell, in all honesty, with this show, with this station, in today's world of technology, you can go back and get our show on YouTube. You can get a podcast. You can get it off of the app. I mean, if somebody's bright enough, they could manufacture stuff that I never said, put it on social media, and try to cancel me.
Or
in theory,
or they could just take stuff you've said,
yes,
and put it on
without
social
doctoring
media, and put it on social media and try and cancel you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. They're doing this a lot with like dead relatives.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like they'll have some sort of like a doctored, voice of them from, their previous recordings, and then play something like "I miss you," your grandma misses you, or whatever.
Boy.
Yeah.
It's really creepy, but it's also kind of cool.
Yeah.
Moving on, suspect wanted in Fishtown assaults, including inappropriately touching a child.
Oh, boy.
Philadelphia police say a 29-year-old man is wanted on incident assault charges in Fishtown, including inappropriately touching a child last week. Noel Vargas, 29, is wanted by the Special Victims Unit on 2 counts of indecent assault, simple assault, and harassment charges for 2 separate incidents. Police said on Wednesday. Police said Vargas has a dark beard and is 5'6" tall. The first incident happened on March 25th around 9:30 p.m. on the 1500 block of Palmer Street. Police said a 36-year-old woman was placing her son in the back seat of her car when the man, allegedly Vargas, pinched her buttocks before fleeing northbound on Memphis Street. 3 days later, on March 28th, police said another incident allegedly involving Vargas happened on the 1500 block of East Montgomery Avenue, which is right around the corner from the 1500 block of Palmer Street. In this incident, a 13-year-old girl said Vargas approached her and grabbed her from behind in a bear hug at around 8 a.m., police say. She then screamed and Vargas fled the scene, police said. Vargas was wearing a black and white hoodie with black jogging pants during the incident. People in the neighborhood said they've been extra vigilant.
Yes, we got to be vigilant in this day and age with these little pedophiles and perverts and creeps out there. Dawn sees a pedophile around every corner, and Soccer wants to give him the firing squad.
Yeah, absolutely. You touch a child in any sort of aspect like that,
Right.
and it's
Time to die.
It's immediate death.
Yeah.
Immediate death or castration. I'd be fine with either one as long as I could be the one with the
You conduct it
with the sword.
Oh, geez.
The rusty sword.
It's graphic.
Rusty sword.
And
You know what I
machete.
mean? Just flop it out on the table. Time to go.
Time to go. Iron Eagle.
The ball's executioner.
Boom.
Greg Stalker. 3 parents are facing charges after an all-out brawl at a youth hockey tournament in Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey. This is a cute video. I enjoyed watching it. Several parents are now facing charges in connection with a brawl at a kids' hockey tournament in South Jersey. Police said the fight first broke out between players, and moments later, many parents cleared the stands and joined in.
What's happening?
Have you guys noticed that?
Yes.
Whether it's the track meet that we discussed with competitor against competitor, we've seen parents on basketball courts.
Yeah.
Hockey now. I mean, I know it's winter sports, spring championship season now, but my God.
It's the parents. They get too involved in their kids' sports. Just like, I get it, but your little Johnny's not going to get a scholarship. Don't worry. You know what I mean? Like, just let them have
not that serious.
Yeah, let them have some fun. Let them have some camaraderie and have some exercise and go home and eat dinner.
Yes.
I don't know what's so hard about this.
Yep. You have these and then these dads want to come out there and fight either the coach, fight the ref, fight the kid that actually, quote, wronged his kid or her kid. It's chaos.
And I gotta admit, guys, it's my generation. Like what are we doing? We were the original latchkey generation. Like our parents worked. They had no idea where we were. Like that was our generation. And we've overcompensated with our children.
I know.
Like we should be raising them the way we were raised.
We went from a generation where Stalker would come home from school and eat Pop-Tarts for 2 hours. Nobody knew what he was doing. To now, all of a sudden, we've got these parents that are jumping down everybody's throat instantaneously.
Yeah.
Do you think it's actually getting worse, or do you think it's just kind of like reporter bias because everybody has a camera and you can just post it?
I always try not to be prisoner of the moment and realize that everything is captured in this technology world we live in.
Yeah.
But I do think there is a sensitivity now.
I do too.
Okay.
Because we have these helicopter parents
Yeah.
that something happens to their little precious child and they're like, oh, I'm going to fight you. I'm going to do this.
Mhm.
No.
Yeah.
Let Johnny get some scuffs and bruises and let him handle it himself. The end.
Yep. You're going to end up handicapping them for life.
Yes. Stop with the parents.
Don't cripple them.
Don't even go to their matches or games, whatever.
Go to the bar.
Yeah, don't support them at all.
I'll meet you at the bar. We'll get some
Neglect
drinks.
your children.
Come on, raise them like we did at Gen X. Come on, how dare you?
Stream their game on your phone.
You play baseball. Daddy will be down at the bar there.
Yeah, having a couple of pops.
The good old days.
All right, you're done with your
Yep,
your
that's
news?
it.
Okay.
That's it for 7 a.m.
Sounds good. Thank you very much, Anna. We will come back and get into the Nashville Police Report, and then Sean Ferris joins us in just about 13 minutes, assuming he hasn't been swept away in bad weather. Will Ferris join us? Will he be in Jim Cantori Weather Channel mode? We will find out in 13 minutes. Kayal and Company, Nick, Anna, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Are you feeling lucky? Well, you should be, because at United Tire and Service, you get to pick your own pot of gold. Buy 4 new tires and choose your treasure. A free oil change, a free alignment, or the best road hazard coverage on the house. And you still get all manufacturer rebates and United Tire's loyalty rewards. But don't push your luck. This deal disappears April 7th. No need to chase rainbows for really great deals. Visit UnitedTire.com to find the location nearest you. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Saraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Saraya, an Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati. These models with such sleek new designs and innovative features, powered by the very latest in technology. And they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles right now available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, piazzapremiumautos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
What Gen X was raised on, Kayal. Come on.
This is definitely Greg Stocker. Since he was born, they couldn't hold him down. No daycare, no school district, no community college, no coastal school along the Atlantic Ocean. No Odyssey corporate executives can hold Greg Stocker down. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Greg, Anna Hummel's in for Dawn Stensland. And coming up at 9:50, we have Phillies tickets. Joe Conklin at 9:30, the cut sheet in 20, and joining us right now from the heart of Tornado Central, our buddy, the great Sean Farish.
Woo, Sean. What's up, buddy?
You okay down there, bro?
I ain't dealing with no naters. All right. Listen, it was an interesting night. I follow the weather very closely. I follow it so closely, by the way. Nobody ever. You look at it, right? You look at these storms. It's blowing harder than somebody we know. But we're not going to say it out, right? Right off the bat, we're making silly jokes.
Silly.
And I said, hey, look, it looks like it wasn't going to come. It wasn't going to come here. It wasn't going to come here. And the next thing I know, going to bed, I'm looking at updated models, and I'm like, oh, all right, well, it is going to come here. So woke up at around 5 o'clock, and there were tornado warnings again, 20 miles away. But thankfully, they dissipated, and so we're just dealing with, with some loud thunder. So that's all.
Every time you go to sleep, something terrible possibly or does happen.
It's insane. I can't sleep anymore.
No.
I went to sleep July 13th. I passed out. A friend of mine was visiting July 13th. We took him to the airport. I come home. I passed out. My wife's waking me up. Sean, Trump just got shot. I'm like, what are you talking about? How do you wake me up like that? 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now, I'm asleep on the couch. It was a long 30-minute nap. What are we doing? Sean, there's cops in the yards with guns. I'm like, oh, okay, great. We're being swatted. Good morning. What is going on here?
Yep.
So I can't go to sleep. The tornadoes are coming.
We're going to have to keep you awake 24/7. We'll have to find a way to preserve you.
Before we get to what I know you want to talk about here, Phil, can you pull up cut 30? So this is to see what Sean's dealing with down there in the Tennessee area. This was a tornado spotted in Lake City, Arkansas. Look at this video. Watch this video. Roll it, Phil. Look at that.
Oh.
Look at that video.
Oh,
and
my.
look at the horizontal rain, the wind, all the rotation inside this cell.
Man.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's not coming your way.
It makes me nervous when the speed pauses like that.
Just cross the road right there.
And look, you can see how the street signs as they start to, just cross the road.
I love weather.
How fast is this tornado moving?
That's my favorite.
Yeah.
50 miles an hour?
Wow.
40.
Look at that. Oofa.
So, Ferris, you had lived in Spring Hill. You moved to Murfreesboro, and it looks like Spring Hill was the danger zone?
Spring Hill, probably right where we lived, got rocked this morning. I was watching it on the radar. I have a couple of friends who were over there who said it was pretty nasty.
Mm-hmm.
I love the weather, and I always have loved the weather. Yeah. It's one of my I'm a human barometer. I could walk out and be like, it's gonna be bad out here today.
What's your favorite type of natural disaster? If you have one.
No,
Stacey Abrams.
Oh, okay.
That's an unnatural disaster. There's nothing natural about the beast of the Southeast. Okay. I have always I watched Storm Chasers growing up with Reed Timmer and all that, and now everyone's there's a lot of guys out there. Ryan Hall and Reed is still doing his thing, and he's a maniac. And there's just so many people. I love extreme weather. Hurricane season, I'm like a geek. It's it's wild. So, but and then in New York we had the snow, and I used to that was an excuse for me to drink and shovel snow. You hide the beer on the driveway, and then while you're shoveling, you find it and you drink it.
Yeah.
And by the end, it's like an Easter egg hunt, except the eggs do a little, more than usual eggs. And
Now, this is a fascinating conversation because Greg and Sean both are obsessed with weather.
Yep.
My wife is obviously, I guess, listening. She says, I miss tornadoes too. Because
miss them?
She misses them.
Now here's the thing.
Yeah.
I love watching them come on the radar, and
Yes.
I would love to chase a few one day.
Yes.
But when they keep coming over the house, or when they're coming close,
amen.
We just bought this house.
Yeah.
I'm kind of
Yeah, see,
20 miles north, that's fine.
Yeah, my daughters, having lived there for 4.5 years, they're obsessed with them. Every time there's a thunderstorm coming, even in Pennsylvania, now that we're back in PA, they start to get a little bit of anxiety in them. I'm not interested in the weather. I just want good weather. I don't panic when bad weather comes.
Nobody's perfect.
So Anna, are you team fascination weather, or are you more
gotta be. I mean, I live in Florida. I live in Tampa on the Gulf of America.
You have to deal with it, yes.
To be...
But are you fascinated by it? Do you track all these storms?
No, not really.
Okay.
My boyfriend does. Boyfriend is Mr. Weatherman. But for me,
right.
There is kind of an excitement in Florida when a hurricane, when we got the Helene and then we got hit with Milton 2 weeks later. People were stressed out, but you could just tell that they were low key really excited.
Yeah.
Because everybody just wants to see how bad this can get.
Yeah. See,
how bad
did
is
you
this
see the
gonna
guy, Anna, who strapped his house down to the ground? Did you see that guy?
No,
He
no,
put,
I did
like,
not.
Like massive industrial ratchet straps.
Oh yes, yes,
Ratchet
yes.
No, I
He
didn't
put
see
the
that.
Jasmine Crockett straps over his house and ratcheted the
Okay.
house down, right? And
Did it work?
apparently he's from apparently so everyone was laughing at him. Oh, what's gonna happen? And his
Wow.
house stayed. Now everybody else's house on the block stayed, but you cannot tell me that
Yeah.
that did not save that. Now this guy was
Sure.
from apparently Puerto Rico, right? Floating island of garbage, right?
Right.
And apparently he lost the roof in Puerto Rico from a hurricane, so he was like, "We're never going to go through that again." And he strapped the house. He like threw the Jasmine straps over the top, connected them to these things and like ratcheted the house into the ground. And I think the guy is a national hero. So
Unbelievable.
Amazing.
Digital Lava on the YouTube chat says Nick has no interest except drinking, gambling, and sports.
I mean, I'll give you the perfect example. Last night,
Those are hobbies.
I'm out front. Dog's doing his business. My wife has to go to pick up the girls at dance at 7:45. She goes, "Oh, it's cold out." I said, "Yeah." It's April 2nd. The weather in Pennsylvania on April 2nd, it sucks. It's 50. It's dreary.
Yeah.
It rains. I said, this is why I don't even golf until the third week of April anymore, because we're not out of the woods yet.
Yeah.
We still have this goofy, stupid weather.
We get that taste of 80 degrees
I know.
a couple weeks ago. We're like, well, winter's over. Let's get out the shorts and
Not so
not so fast.
Yeah.
it was 82 degrees here at midnight last night, and I was like, all right, things are about to get wild.
Yeah.
You know, when it's that warm that late
Yeah.
at this point in time in the year, you're like, all right. You know, there was high. This is the geek mode, so just
Yeah, I
bear
love
with
this,
me.
love
There's a
this.
high pressure system over the Bahamas.
Yeah.
All right. And that was supposed to keep everything a little bit further west. And apparently that high weakened last night, so everything came a little bit further east. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, okay. So we're going to get something. So we're still waiting on it to show up here, but it's been lightning, it's been thunder, but the tornado warnings up until now, it seems to have kind of they've all faded away. So that's pretty good. We got severe thunderstorm warnings, but no tornadoes right now. So
Well, your connection's great, so if you were wondering.
the most beautiful, it's a beautiful connection.
It
is.
All right, we'll get
Nobody's
to
ever connected like this before, believe me.
I want to get your thoughts on the tariffs coming up, and we'll do that in the cut sheet because I'm sure Greg's got more Trump clips from Liberation Day yesterday. But a perfect segue here. As I left Nashville in the summer of 2022 to come back home for this job, that was roughly around the time where Sean Farish left Long Island, New York, to move to Nashville. And then, as my wife and girls were still down there, Nashville in 2023 had the Coventry Christian school shooter, the transgendered shooter, as you remember, or maybe you don't, Audrey Hale. Well, yesterday, the police department, Nashville Metro Police, officially released the final report. I've got a couple of stories here. This is just amazing. So I've got a copy from the Tennessee Star, which is the counter to the Tennessean, which is owned and operated by the USA Today. So you kind of have
Tennessee Star, by the way. I gotta tell you, Michael Patrick Leahy's a stand-up guy. I love him.
They have a lot of great investigative reporters down there, by the way, that do
Tom
a lot
Papper
of really
as well.
good digging. Yep.
Really great operation, the Star.
Yep. Tom Pappert wrote this story. I've got a copy from the Post. Let me give you the Post first, the New York Post. The transgender school shooter who gunned down 9 people in an attack on the Covenant School in Nashville 2023 picked her target because she feared being overpowered and thought that little kids at the school couldn't stop her, a disturbing report from police shows. The report also found that Hale was motivated by her own mental illness and a desire for fame. Hale specifically chose the Covenant School to attack because she attended it as a child herself and had happy memories from her time there. So you shoot it up. She also believed the school's religious affiliation would further make her sickening crime even more famous. Now you get to the Tennessee Star report, and I'll give you just a couple of sentences here. Despite needing more than 2 years to complete its investigation, Metro Nashville Police Department confirmed that Hale acted alone during the attack itself. In total, the department found that Hale's parents, mental health providers, and the firearm retailers who sold her weapons bore no responsibility and had no prior knowledge of Hale's plans. Of note, MNPD did not, I'm going to repeat this, did not use the word transgender in its report a single time. Hale identified, gender identified, quote, as male and used he/him as preferred pronouns and made statements about wanting to transition genders. Sean, let me start with you. It's remarkable to me. Here's the way I view this whole trans thing. I don't think it's natural. I don't think it's normal. I think it is a mental health issue. And the left and the mainstream media, if you admit that you have a mental health issue, like Audrey Hale apparently did in her diaries and manifestos, why are you so afraid to then report the self-admitted facts of mental health as an illness? And if you are not covering this element of it, to me, you're trying to protect because you believe that it's Audrey Hale is a part of a marginalized community under attack. My whole thing is, well, then you're confirming my analysis that there is a mental health issue. It's amazing to me in this day and age when there's a shooter, we know everything about the shooter within 5 minutes unless it's somebody in the transgender community or unless it's Thomas Matthew Crooks in Butler, PA, or Ryan Wesley Ruth at the golf course. When I don't get the information from the mainstream media, my sniffer immediately gets activated, and I suspect BS. Your thoughts on this story?
Well, I mean, this is what happened in the spring of 2023, or the winter. It was Valentine's Day, I think, of 2023. I mean, we had been in Nashville for maybe a month when this happened, and it was not too far from where we were living at the time. We found out that it was a transgender shooter, and this is not me saying that everybody who's transgender is going to wind up shooting up a school.
No.
But this is saying that when you're on, whether you're on those medications or not, right? Something's not right in your brain. And I don't mean to say it to be funny, but it's the truth. I was sitting here prepping a show the other night, and I had the misfortune of seeing Caitlyn Jenner on my screen, Bruce Jenner, I'm sorry, on my screen. And I'm like, can we please stop giving this freak show airtime? This guy is a maniac. Okay. Everyone's like, no, he's on our side. You don't understand. He supports Trump. I'm like, and what? He wears a dress every day and thinks he's a woman. Why are we giving this guy any legitimacy whatsoever? That he doesn't like men and women's sports. Like, did he give back his Woman of the Year award yet? If he hasn't, he doesn't deserve to be in front of any camera except his own. So I'm sitting here going, we as a society, both sides, because we have adopted the old leftist mantra of it's okay when we do it. Newsflash, it isn't, okay? If you're a male and you were, obviously born a male because you can't change, you will never. I don't care how many dresses you wear. I don't care what you chop off. I don't care what you put on. I don't care any of it. I don't care how you feel. You will never be a woman. So we need to stop looking, we just want to be nice. You know what the nice thing to do with those people is? Small room, big needle, long nap, and get them the help that they need. Because this is ridiculous now. And folks on our side looking at it, he votes for Trump, so let's give him a pass. Well, did you maybe think that the fact that we started to say, well, it's okay when Caitlyn Jenner, look at the timeline. Caitlyn Jenner, Bruce Jenner, whatever you want to refer to that freak show as, started coming around, talk about, oh, yeah, I'm this, but I understand all these other issues. All of a sudden now we're cozy with this guy. And then there's the rise of it on the left. They're like, well, look, conservatives love it. We could just now jam it down everybody's throats. I mean, it is to me. And then you see what happened in Nashville and what we had dealt with in New York with these communities. There was a guy on Long Island who was like the father of 5 trans children. And I looked at him and I said, that's impossible. That's literally you have a better chance of winning the lottery.
That's true.
You must have screwed up. I used to refer to him on our local podcast as Long Island's least favorite failed father. He hated that. It's the truth. You can't have 5 trans kids without telling me you're telling your kids to be trans in the house.
Yeah.
It came down to moms and dads, they would go to baseball practice, softball practice. I got my girl the new glove. I got my son the new bat. He's got a new, visor. He's got the new sunglasses in the eye. Now it's like, yeah, I chopped my girl's breast off at 12. Look at me. Social points. That's what it turned into. It was like a woke contest. It was, and look what it has created.
Yeah.
Look at some of these freaks that are keying Teslas across the country. These people that are showing up in women's restrooms, and you see something going on and you're like, hey, I've never seen Charlie stand up and salute with a woman before like that. Like, that's very strange. And look at the drugs you're putting these people on. They're deranged people who need help. We shouldn't be affirming these people's insanity. You have an anorexic friend who's like rail thin, and they're like, I'm huge, I'm going to stop eating. You're like, no, you need to eat. That's insane. You have dysmorphia. You can't take a dude or a woman and listen to them say, I'm not this gender, and just applaud them and be like, I'm with you. I support. Yeah. No, you're a bad friend. Look what it's doing to people. Yeah. Look what it's doing. Look what it did to Hale. Well, it's just
that's the indoctrination aspect that I think is paramount here. And here's Anna. I want to get your thoughts on this. Yeah. So in this report from the police, the Covenant, as they identified 3 reasons as to why Audrey Hale did what she did. And number 3 is the one that really stands out, but I'll give you the first 2. Number 1, the Covenant was more geographically isolated than Crestwell Middle School, which she felt would give her more time to kill. Number 2, with the Covenant being a private Christian school, she would receive more notoriety. And then number 3, due to the student body at Crestwell Middle School being predominantly black, she was afraid she would be seen as a racist.
She didn't want to be a racist,
which would affect how much control she had over the narrative after her death and allow others to state her motive behind the attack. Now, you're sick if you're sitting there thinking you're going to shoot up a school. But you're next level sick on it if you're saying, well, if I'm going to do it, I better not do it to a predominantly black school because I don't want to be labeled racist. You're a psycho regardless of what gender you shoot up or race. Right?
I mean, this person clearly has a broken brain. And as far as I'm aware, I think gender dysphoria is still might be the DSM-5 or 6. So people still consider it a mental disorder. And I'll be honest, probably about 10 years ago, I felt tremendous sympathy for people who had this horrible affliction where they felt like they were, born in the wrong body. But that's when it was, 1 in a million people. Now every 3rd child is transgender, which obviously just can't be the case. I think it's really sick what the community has done, the woke community has done, where they celebrate this and they encourage this sort of thing. And I can kind of speak to this because a couple weeks ago I ventured across the country to Portland, Oregon for the first time to visit some family.
One and 2 in Portland are trans.
Oh, boy. Yeah, and so it's really funny because on my way there, I was thinking, it's probably not as bad as the media hypes it up to be. And I'm like, dude, I was raised in a somewhat liberal home, a Jew from San Diego. I've been to San Francisco, I've been to Denver, I've been to New York. I've seen all these like liberal cities. I have a lot of friends that are very liberal. We just don't talk politics. But when I went to Portland, I was like, oh, dude, this is as advertised. Right? Portland is really in a league of its own. I've never seen that before. And like we have a giant, gay LGBT whatever community in St. Pete, which is adjacent to Tampa. And I was just thinking about all the like vanilla hot gay guys would never move to Portland because everyone is just so gross. Everyone is just so it is like the ugliest. I am like maybe a Tampa 5. I'm a Portland 9. So that was kind of cool.
I'm a Portland 9.
Other than that.
Anna, you said you're from like a Jewish home, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
So Candace Owens told me that you guys control the weather. Can you guys make it stop here?
I'll do what I can. I'll talk to my peeps.
Can you put in a good word for me or something?
I mean, can kind of turn down the dial. Sorry
Candace
about that.
and some of these people were, apparently. She seems nice, Candace. I don't know. What
I thought we were, on the same team, but I do listen to a lot of what Candace says, just because I'm curious what people think. So
control the weather, huh?
Well, yeah,
you turn it off.
I didn't know that.
Jeez. 855-839-1210. We're going to continue on the other side. It is a Thursday edition of the Cut Sheet. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel, Sean Farish, Greg Stocker. We get it rolling on the other side. Stay right there.
Dawn Stensland here. Summer's right around the corner. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. That's why I had my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, out to get our AC unit summer ready. Marvin E. Cans, 3rd generation owned, military veteran founded company. Take my my advice. Get your AC unit serviced for summer. And if Marvin E. Cans feels your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Train AC unit. It's hard to stop a train. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. MarvinEKanze.com. Marvin E. Cans. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you. But you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of or in any consultation with or at the request or suggestion of any candidate or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. This offer is now extended through the end of April, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations through April 30th.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Win tickets to see the Phillies. Listen to Kayal and Company mornings at 9:50 this week to win a pair of tickets to see the Phillies and the Giants. Tuesday, April 15th at Citizens Bank Park. It's Jackie Robinson Day with an on-field tribute to the legacy of number 42 before the game. For tickets, visit Phillies.com.
And that Phillies-Giants game that you will win tickets to at 9:50 this morning should be a good one. Phillies are 4-1. The Giants are 5-1. Jackie Robinson Day, Citizens Bank Park, just a mere 12 days from now. But you need to be able to identify Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie clip, which is exactly 2 hours from now. Joe Conklin will be in studio. We'll have some laughs with him at 9:30. Anna Hummel, Sean Farish with Greg Stocker and yours truly. As we get ready.
It's a party this morning.
It is.
Wow.
And we're all socially distanced, so nobody will get COVID.
Well, that's good.
We've
Thank
stopped
God.
the spread. But nobody's wearing a mask. I'm a little offended. You're going to try to kill Grandma, and I won't tolerate that, folks, all right? By the way, I saw a guy yesterday, true story. I had to run into Giant, the local grocery store here, Anna and Sean, and there was a guy asking the pharmacist what number booster is currently available. He was there to pick up a prescription, and he says, hey, just out of curiosity, and I don't know if he was anti-vaccine or he really wanted to get like the 37th shot or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm over there by the rolls and the bagels, and I'm kind of eavesdropping a little bit. And the pharmacist says it's number 9 now.
Whoa.
The ninth one, yeah. So they're almost going to catch up to the iPhone.
Wow.
You know, Apple's got the iPhone 16 out, so
Yeah.
you can get maybe the iPhone 16 and your 17th booster.
What variant are we
Interesting.
on, by chance?
The
do we know?
booster may actually work better than the iPhone, so we'll see. I'm an Android purist, so sorry.
By the way, real quick before we get to the cut sheet, I've had a theory for a long time that once you pay your iPhone off and you no longer owe AT&T or Verizon any money on it, that your phone all of a sudden starts to freak out and crap out more frequently than it used to.
They're made to.
Well, it's because they're 2-year lifespan.
Yeah. Yes. Sean is 100% right.
So it's set up to force you to buy a new one.
100%.
Okay, so I'm not crazy. That's not a conspiracy theory.
No.
Okay.
It's good business.
Yeah, exactly. China knows what they're doing.
China, we love, and see, China's terrible. And they're paying a lot of tariffs. We're taxing every wonton that comes into this country. I can tell you that.
Without further ado, 7:51. Let's get down to what's on the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
Oh, yeah. What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice. Get ready for a burst of bold, fruity flavor. Introducing Rita's new Skittles Ice. Try it in gelati or ice blender. Add more fun with the crunchy new Skittles pop toppings. Stop by Rita's today. Thank you, Rita's, for sponsoring the ever important. I just hit my backdrop.
Rejected.
Rejected. I was the ever important Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Okay, let's get to the big story of the day, which is the Trump tariffs. Luckily, we have the 47th president.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He's down there in the bottom right corner of our screen.
Very well, by the way. He looks tremendous today.
He does. All right, let's start with his announcement of the tariffs yesterday. Roll this.
In Sleepy Joe Biden's last year in office, the United States hemorrhaged 100,000 manufacturing jobs, and the number was going through the roof at levels never seen before, and our trade deficit reached a record $1.2 trillion, which is unheard of. Since the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made. It was a horror show. I was able to terminate it. They all said you'd never be able to get it out. We had to get approval from Congress to get it terminated. We had to live with that deal. It was the worst trade deal ever made by far. But since the very beginning of NAFTA, our country lost 90,000 factories. Think of what that is, 90,000. Think about putting a map up and putting tax on it. You wouldn't have enough room. 90,000. I said, is that possible? We had it checked 4 different times, and it was actually somewhat higher than that. And 5 million manufacturing jobs were lost while racking up trade deficits of $19 trillion. That was the worst trade deal ever made. As a result of these gigantic losses, foreign nations now own $26 trillion more of American assets than think of this, than the Americans own of their own foreign assets or other foreign assets.
Wow.
So, Sean, if you're tracking, Trump wants to seal the border to make us more safe from violent, illegal criminals. Trump's the bad guy. Trump wants to stop the wars across the planet and have universal peace. He's the bad guy. Trump wants to bring in money and get our economy to where it needs to be by giving out reciprocal tariffs, and that's an American thing to do, an American first agenda, and he's the bad guy. You pick up on a theme here?
Yeah, Orange Man bad. And even the Senate did it. And even the guy I agree with on basically 99% of all issues, Rand Paul, is for some reason
Yeah, we're going to get
diametrically opposed to this. And look, I get it. Like, he's probably a free trade purist, but we're not in a free trade environment right now. If we're being tariffed by other countries, I get it. Everyone, things are going to get more expensive. Thank you. I understand. Well, where were you the last 4 years, by the way? All the people on the left who are upset with things getting more expensive were fine when they got more expensive a couple years ago, when Joe Biden tanked the supply chain. COVID restrictions made it impossible to move things around the world. Your war on fossil fuels increased the cost on everything, keeping domestic energy at bay while the war in Ukraine influenced price hikes all around the world because of the cost of petroleum, and nobody seemed to care. Now they care because why? Because America is getting putting reciprocal tariffs in place, so the rest of the world is allowed to tariff the United States of America. But when the United States of America decides to level the playing field and tariff them back, now the rest of the world is the victim? I don't think so. No. So I happen to be most excited about this particular policy. And because of Trump's vision to eventually replace or offset some of the income tax with the revenue generated from tariffs, is it going to happen right away? No, I understand that. We got to get out of that TikTok, Instagram Reels mindset of 90 seconds or bust, right?
Yeah,
I mean, this
right.
is going to take time.
Yeah.
But I am fine with our president standing up to the rest of the world and saying, okay, you've been taking advantage of us at whatever rate it is, 30%, 40%, in some cases 93%, and on some products, hundreds of percents, right? It's time for us to level the playing field. And if you don't want a tariff on your stuff, drop the tariffs on our stuff. That's what fairness looks like. I have no problem with that. I'm excited about it.
I thought the left was the party of fairness, diversity,
so.
equity, inclusion. And I know, Sean, you're in a tax-free state as well at the state level. But I'm super jealous. You're in Florida, which is my retirement destination.
Right.
20 years from now, unless I drop dead of a heart attack before then. And you're going to be, potentially, you're already in a state with no state income tax. Could you imagine what it would be like if we actually do get to the point? And I don't know that we ever will, but we'll play along. It's radio. Imagine not having a federal income tax
God.
not paying state income tax.
No more TurboTax for me.
No.
Yeah, no, it's funny. I actually wrote down exactly what you said. The party that is just obsessed with affirmative action and equity and leveling the playing field, all these catchphrases you hear all the time, suddenly has a problem with us leveling the playing field on the global economic market. So it's interesting to say. But like Sean said, Orange Man bad. If he reversed all of these executive orders and went back to the way it was, these people would scream and shriek just like they did before. Right. They would just find a problem. It's just the formula is whatever he does is bad and we need to fight it, even if it's in their best interest. They don't care.
No.
They don't
Look
care.
at Tesla. EVs.
Yes.
They're
I
like,
know,
oh,
the
get an
people that are
electric
obsessed
vehicle.
with climate change. Yeah, like it's crazy.
Trump, you played this earlier, Nick, but Trump pulled out his reciprocal tariff chart.
This is
So
amazing.
I just wanted
What
to,
a prop this is.
I wanted to put this up there for the late risers out there. Roll this, Phil.
I mean, it looks like a McDonald's dollar menu.
If you look at that, China, first row.
Can we just pause it
China.
real
He
quick?
sounds just like Sean. By the way.
He sounds just like Sean.
He does.
If we could just, just pause it and leave it up there. I mean, all right, Big Mac, $7.99, 842 calories. That's what I feel like
I'll
I'm
tell you
looking
what.
at right there.
That's not the extra value menu. This value is horrible, right? We're gonna do so well. We're bringing back the $5 meal deal. We're gonna do it. I threatened to bomb Ronald McDonald. He said, "Sir, please don't do that."
All right, let's
do it.
Sure.
Let's keep rolling here.
Charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. So 67%, I think you can, for the most part, see it. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes. We didn't want to it's very windy out here. We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. I think, in other words, they charge us, we charge them less. So how can anybody be upset? They will be because we never charge anybody anything, but now we're going to charge. European Union, they're very tough, very, very tough traders. You know, you think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic. 39%, we're going to charge them 20%, so we're charging them essentially half. Vietnam, great negotiators, great people. They like me, I like them. The problem is they charge us 90%. We're going to charge them 46% tariff. Taiwan, where they took all of our computer chips and semiconductors. We used to be the king, right? We were everything. We had all of it. Now we have almost none of it, except the biggest company is coming in. We're going to end up with almost 40%. Lee Zeldin's working to get their approvals. And it's an amazing company. Mr. Wei, of one of the great companies of the world, actually. They're coming in from Taiwan, and they're going to build one of the biggest plants in the world, maybe the biggest for that. But 64%, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan, very, very tough. Great people. And again, I don't blame the people for doing it. I think they're very smart in doing it. I blame the people that sat right in that Oval Office right over there.
Yeah. So it's just because this is a long clip. Japan 26%, South Korea 25%, United Kingdom 10%, and Israel 17%.
Yeah, if you follow Trump's Rapid Response 47 feed on X, it's the official Rapid Response account of the Trump 47 White House. They posted the entire, it's 8 different screenshots in a tweet 14 hours ago, and it gives you every single nation with every single percentage. I actually added it up during that clip. There's about 170 nations that were slapped with a tariff yesterday. It pretty much covers the globe.
Wow.
Yeah, so there you go.
That means everybody's been taking advantage of us.
Yep.
That's what it means.
Correct.
Sean, you mentioned Rand Paul. I'm going to go to 24 here because we're going to get some reaction to it from Rand Paul and then from the Treasury Secretary as well.
Has RuPaul weighed in on this yet?
Rand Paul said this. Phil, can you start this 8 seconds? Oh, you did already. Okay, I see. You're one
Tariffs
step
have
ahead.
also led to political decimation. When McKinley most famously put tariffs on in 1890, they lost 50% of their seats in the next election. When Hott Smolley put on their tariff in the early 1930s, we lost the House and the Senate for 60 years. So they're not only bad economically, they're bad politically.
Your response to that.
Look,
there you go.
All right, so that was the Rand Paul clip. So I'm with you, Sean. I agree with Rand Paul on a lot of things. He came late to the party on the Trump endorsement. Not really sure what that's about. Love the way he grilled Fauci in those hearings. And you don't need to be an economics major to have an opinion on the positives or the negatives of tariffs.
Let me just say this. I spoke to him because we had him here in town. With
That's
Dom,
right, for Pints and Politics,
yeah,
right?
right before the election in April. Before the election, he was a Bobby Kennedy guy,
right?
And I don't think it was until Bobby Kennedy endorsed Trump that Rand Paul came over.
Correct.
So,
when he came out and did that, was it Phoenix when Bobby came out to There Goes My Hero
Tucson,
from Foo
something like
Fighters?
that?
Or Arizona. So, I mean, like, I get it. And, you know, you don't have to be an expert on this, but, you know, Rand Paul, I'd like to know. I mean, I know he's a super, super fiscal conservative, but he's also, wasn't he an eye doctor? I think he's some sort of doctor before
He's
he
a
got.
physician.
He's a physician, yeah, and now he's in politics. So I don't understand why he's so against it unless he feels like his fiscal conservatism doesn't allow him to get on board with this. But when you look at the cost of what we're paying for products, I would say, well, don't you want to pay less as somebody who's fiscally conservative? What I mean, I know there's a risk here, but you know, the first administration, remember, Trump had tariffs in place, Sean, in 2018 and 2019, and it did not kill the economy.
No, and it wasn't to this extent. I think for Rand Paul, I think it's that like libertarian streak in him, which this is why I like him.
Sure.
Right. I mean, literally 99%. I don't really care if he endorsed Trump or not. That doesn't matter to me. It's just, you know, 99%. I bet you we sit down, we agree on upwards of 90% of things. I mean, I read his book, Taking a Stand. I love his father. I think if we had more people in the House and the Senate like Rand Paul, we wouldn't be in $36 trillion of debt. So from that aspect, I think people like Rand are great. This take that he has about tariffs, it bothers me because I think it's that, like I said, libertarian streak in him that he wants free trade, right? But it's not the way it is right now. It's not free. We are being charged, and the rest of the world in a lot of aspects is not being charged. So it's not free and it's not fair. Nothing is fair or free about the current situation. So what Trump is trying to do is say, all right, we're going to start charging you to make you drop your charges. And then if you drop yours, we'll drop ours and we will have free trade. And so it's like, I think here's what I think it is too about Rand. I think Kentucky bourbon is a big issue. And he's obviously a senator from Kentucky. There's probably a lot of constituents there who are upset or feel like they're going to feel it. Canada has already come out and said, "Oh, we're not going to drink your bourbon." Okay, fine. Have fun with whatever it is, maple syrup up there that you drink. It's wonderful.
Molson.
Doug Ford. He looks like he has a lot of maple syrup. You look at him, right? You look at Doug Ford. He looks like he eats a lot of maple syrup. He looks like he eats a lot of everything.
Sure.
But this one, it upsets me with Rand. Again, I still have a lot of respect for him. I would still love to shake his hand one day. But this take is, I diametrically disagree with this guy.
Yeah.
Right now.
You know, you think about this, Anna, when we lived through the Biden administration and the cost of everything, skyrocketed, we had to pivot as consumers, right? When egg prices soared up to $6 for...
Yeah, we had to start stealing them.
We had to start stealing them, or eating generic Bobo
That's
eggs.
why they stole the tuna.
Hey, by the way, Friday's coming up, Sean. We might have a tuna heist tomorrow in the news, so stay tuned. But, we talk about, let's just go with the automobile industry. Cars, domestic, foreign, they're going to go up. Well, what if you're 24 months into a 60-month lease? You're not in the market for a car for the next 3 years anyway. That doesn't affect you. If avocados become more expensive and you're a homemade guacamole person, well, then you pivot to something else. It's not like there's not other options out there where there's going to be products that won't be hit with a price increase. They make this sound like this is just some sweeping, universal, every single thing that you could possibly buy is going to skyrocket. It's not the case.
And it's subject to change, right? Like this might force people to come back to the negotiating table. So nothing is really set in stone.
No.
But I appreciate a healthy debate. It seems like Rand Paul is a free trade purist, but, like Sean alluded to, that the system is rigged. So it's not fair from the get. And perhaps Rand is kind of concerned that it might get a little bit worse before it gets better, that we kind of talked about at the beginning of the show, because it may increase inflation, prices may go up. There might be a transition period. Hate to use that word, but it fits. It may get worse before it gets better. So perhaps that's what he's alluding to. But again, healthy debate. I'm glad that he comes out if he doesn't agree, and we can kind of talk about it in a civil fashion and, say what we think is best.
There you go.
Cut 26 here, Phil. Trump Treasury Secretary was on the... who is this? I guess Ingram's. No.
Was it Scott Bessent?
Yeah, with Brett Baer last night. Treasury Secretary warns tariff countries not to retaliate. Roll this.
We showed the markets before, but if you saw the post-market reaction, it was kind of down across the board.
Kind of.
People are looking at their 401ks, and they worry about it. What do you say to them tonight?
Brett, I say that what we are doing is we're setting the stage for long-term economic growth, that we were on our way to a financial crisis. I used to teach a history of financial crises, and with that gigantic government spending, it was unsustainable. You look back in 1998, you look back in 2007, right before it looked great, everything collapsed. So, it looked great right before everything collapsed. So we have taken us off that trajectory, and we are putting ourselves back onto a sound trajectory.
You said 10% over 10 years would be $2.5 trillion coming in. You look at this list of all these countries, and there's some policy decisions here. China is at 34%, added to the 20% already, so that's 54% on Chinese goods.
Yes.
Are they going to come back with something big?
Well, we'll see what they do. Is my advice to every country right now is do not retaliate, sit back, take it in, let's see how it goes, because if you retaliate, there will be escalation. If you don't retaliate, this is the high water mark.
Sit back and take it.
Yes. That's how you run. That's how you run things. I saw a lot of people last night when the tariffs were officially released. I don't know if you noticed this, Sean or Anna, on X. There were people saying that Trump went light on a lot of these nations. And
I'll tell you what I think that is.
There's another guy involved, and I forget his name. It's Scott Bessent, there's somebody else, and then there's Howard Lutnick. And I referenced this yesterday. The New York Post wrote about it and Politico, and it was the same theme, that Lutnick has kind of worn out his welcome. He's got half-baked ideas, yet Scott Bessent is more measured and calculated with tariffs. And there's another person, I'm drawing a blank on the guy's name, and he's also more moderate as far as, hey, let's not go overboard. My guess is that there's a lot of smart people that got in Trump's ears and said, maybe let's bring it down a little bit so we don't do anything too reckless while still making our point and imposing our will on other nations. That was my takeaway from last night. But your thoughts?
Well, I think he started at this point here with basically going half of what they've been tariffing us, because if these other countries decide that they want to play ball, Donald Trump has room, has room below the ceiling that he can still increase our tariffs. That's what I think it is. I think, okay, Europe is tariffing us at 40. We're going to tariff them at 20. If Europe wants to then say, oh, well, we're going to put more tariffs, you go, okay, well, now we're going to tariff you at 30, right? So he didn't start at 100%, so he's got room to continue to tack on. That's what I think it is. I think it's a negotiation. I think he's created a baseline to say, look, this is the best it's going to be for you. If you try anything, we're going to go even higher. You didn't start at 100% because then people could say, oh, well, that's not fair. You're going above their number, right? So I think he's starting here to basically say, look, this is us being nice. That's why on the chart it says discounted tariffs. So
yeah, did you see that?
Everyone know that you're getting a deal, okay? So I think that's what he's trying to do. I think he's positioning himself for, if anybody tries to retaliate against these things, he's got more room to run up, is what I think.
Yep. 855-839-1210. Before we continue with the cut sheet, Charlie in Philly has some thoughts on Trump and the tariffs. Charlie, you go right ahead.
I think it's about time that somebody started taking care of America and these tariffs. I remember under Ronald Reagan back in the 80s, he was preaching free trade, and it was like $20,000 to buy a Chevy in Japan and $5,000 to buy a Toyota here or whatever. Mm-hmm. And it totally turned the auto industry around and put it in the court of Japan. And that's when the auto industry of Japan took off. And they did the same thing with electronics. You don't see Zenith TVs or RCAs or anything around anymore. They destroyed our whole electronics industry.
Well, that's a throwback.
I don't know why, because people in this country that have done things to destroy this country and to destroy the blue collar working class in this country. We used to have it made.
Yeah,
it was unbelievable. Nobody's mother even had to work. It was ridiculous. Moms were stay home moms, and the taxes weren't like they were. I mean, they totally destroyed the middle class. It's just ridiculous, and I don't know why. But
it's the
I'm glad to see Trump, and they're doing something.
Yeah, it's the 1% and everybody else. It's the reallocation and the redistribution of wealth. I mean, you know that Trump is obviously a guy that, models himself with his MAGA agenda, very similar to Ronald Reagan, American exceptionalism in the 80s. I love the fact that he brought up Zenith and RCA. But, the other thing, too, with these tariffs is when you look at what he's trying to do, he's trying to just set the stage, not only for a financial economic comeback, but that we're not going to be – how can we be as badass of a nation as we are, yet we continue to have the wrong end of the deal? And you talk about Reagan. Trump, I played you the clip in the Big Take. That clip of Trump talking about bad business deals with Japan, that was from 1995. On, I believe, the Charlie Rose program. I actually saw a clip earlier this morning where Trump was talking to Oprah in 1990. I mean, think about that. That's 35 years ago. Anna Hummel, were you even born then?
Oh, my God. I'm so flattered that you asked. Unfortunately, yes, I was around.
Okay. I mean, I was 6 years old at the time.
Yeah.
And my whole crux of the Big Take this morning was Trump really hasn't changed. He's been saying the same things for 35, 40 years. Right. The only thing that's changed is the Democrat Party and the Republican Party, Sean, with political realignment. And Trump went from being a D to an R, and the Democrats went from being left to left of the Pacific Ocean. That's what's changed.
That's all it was.
Yeah.
That's all it was. No, I love the fact that Charlie and Philly just brought up, how this has devastated American businesses, devastated American families. It's forced mothers out of the home, forced them to go get a job. One of the most simple tariff explanations that I saw, I was just kind of Googling things yesterday, or as Eric Adams would say, you're going to Google that. You have this, the British made cloth costs $4 a roll. An American-made cloth costs $4 a roll. 25% tariff is added to the price of the British cloth. So now that British cloth is now going to be sold, in the United States at $5 a roll. Like, well, that doesn't sound good. Well, it does, because now the whole incentive to buying foreign-made goods was that it was priced at a more attractive price point. Now we're leveling the playing field here in the United States. There's less motivation to buy that stuff that says made in China. So as a result of that, you're going to be patronizing and supporting American businesses, American-made products. It's going to result in more jobs being here within our own borders. You're also going to incentivize companies to avoid those tariffs, to avoid losing market share, and avoid people, leaving. Hyundai, for example, just announced billions of dollars in investments in our country, including a new steel mill in Louisiana. Honda did the same thing. Rolls-Royce did the same thing. Prepack, which is a Canadian furniture company, is announcing a massive manufacturing operation in North Carolina. So to avoid the tariffs, that's what we want. But it's going to take years to actually feel those positive results, but there will be positive results. People will be put to work. Raw materials are going to have to be sourced here now at a higher rate than they were before these tariffs went in place. I mean, these are all good things that we should be happy about.
I have to throw a flag down, and this might not be true. I'm reading on the YouTube chat right now, Dr. Phelan McGroin.
Oh, I love Phil.
Yeah.
Oh, we love him.
Yeah. He throws a red flag down. Sean, you had no idea who Val Kilmer was?
Oh, I had no clue. None. Not a single. I heard that he died yesterday, and I was like, "Who dat?"
Oh my God.
And I posted that on X, and people are very upset with me. They're like,
Hey, I
they're
appreciate
like,
I appreciate the honesty, brother. I've had a few movies. I never saw. What was the show that I got criticized for never seeing?
He never saw All in the Family.
All in the Family.
So he didn't know who
No, I
Meathead
can't believe
was.
that, right? So, yeah, I had no idea. I saw R.I.P. Val Kilmer, and I saw a picture of him in like a military uniform. I guess that was one of his Top Gun scenes or something.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, what war did he fight?
Yeah.
I saw Top Gun. I saw Top Gun once. I was like maybe 11 years old,
And it didn't leave an impression on you.
Yeah, I actually forgot how the movie, like what happened. I know Tom Cruise is in it. Like, it's and I know the theme song, Joe Satriani and Van Halen, they played the theme song. Top Gun, great theme song.
Hey, by the way,
I have not seen. Someone's like, you haven't seen Tombstone? I was like, no.
Yeah, I know. All these Siskel and Eberts on social media, they come out of the woodwork. Real quick, you mentioned Eric Adams. There's news this morning that Eric Adams is officially no longer a Democrat. And as he runs for re-election, he is now running as an independent. Okay. Just wanted to pass that along to the audience.
Okay. Of course he is. Eric, I'll tell you what. The day you believe Eric Adams, give me a call. I got a bridge to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please.
He's full
I
of...
have so much experience. Listen.
He's full of goo-goo.
He's full of more than goo-goo, okay? Like, it's you could goo-goo that. No, listen, okay? I mean, in 2021, I was campaigning for Curtis Sliwa. We were trying hard. We knew it was going to be tough. But this Eric Adams guy is such a fraud. He's cozying up to the people in power because they're in power. If Kamala Harris was president and Eric Adams hadn't opened his mouth about the border, he would still be a radical leftist. He's a racist and a radical leftist. The guy, I don't care. Oh, he held up Kash Patel's book. That's wonderful. Okay. He's eating dinner with Rudy Giuliani. Great. Okay. If you believe Eric Adams, okay, if you give me your email address, I'm going to pose as a Nigerian prince, and I want all your banking information.
Hat tip to Road Warrior for sending me this, because we take your requests. The cut sheet, it always takes your requests. If you have anything, you can either tweet me or email me at greg.stocker@odyssey.com. I did see this, but I forgot to put it on the cut sheet, so it was put on this morning, very early this morning. Education Secretary Linda McMahon crashed the Democrat press conference.
I saw this.
I love this.
This is WWE-esque.
More of this, please.
Yes, crashed apart.
Yeah, she should have shown up in a tank wearing military gear, like DX did in the 90s.
That's right. Did she come out with a theme song?
She should have.
That would have been awesome.
Cut 28, Phil, go.
wrong a corporate model without a plan and without an effort to really protect our students.
Here she comes.
So we want to be clear about that. I want to say one other thing. The mood in the room, it was very collegial. We are extraordinarily grateful to the secretary that she joined us. Thank you. She's here. Perhaps I should give her the podium. We're extraordinarily grateful.
They don't know what to do.
Secretary, gave us the space to have these conversations. But with all due respect, madam, I think my biggest concern is that the states will not be able to
She's like, oh, damn, it's a
programs and
McMahon.
services that you
Linda
would like
McMahon's
to
not
devolve
nervous at
with
all.
them.
No.
They should have hit Stone Cold's music.
I mean, Linda McMahon's been hit with a stone cold
Morning,
stunner.
everyone. Thanks so much for coming, and I just want to express my gratitude to all of these folks who came today so that we could have an open discussion about what I believe is one of the most important things
They are
that
not
we
happy
can have
she's
a
there.
discussion on
They
and
are
action on in our
not
country, and that is the education of our young people. As Representative Tanako said as we were ending the meeting, which I thought was incredibly appropriate, and that is that this is not a partisan issue. This is about the children of America, and it's the next generation, the generation after that. And if we want to have our leaders, if we want to have that next
The lady with
group
the hat.
of engineers,
Yeah, what's her
and
name?
doctors and lawyers and plumbers and electricians and HVAC operators, then we need to focus on how they can best have their education. And I believe, and I know the president does believe this as well, the best education is that is closest to the child, where teachers and parents, local superintendents working together, and local school boards to develop the curriculum for those students is the best way that it can happen.
And you have your beady eyes locked on the beady eyes of the world's toughest son of a bitch.
Yeah, that's right. You know, Anna, if Linda McMahon can live with Vince McMahon and be married to him for half a century, she can handle any teacher or any teachers union aide or representative in the Department of Education. I love when a lady comes out and just basically flexes and shuts down an entire presentation. Your thoughts on that? And also because you live in a state with school choice with Ron DeSantis as governor.
Yeah, and to be fair, like I don't follow that too much in Florida because I myself do not have children, but I did appreciate her just showing up like that. And what was the woman's name who was on the podium prior to that? But she was palpably nervous
She was.
when
She was like,
the woman
thank you.
showed up. So
I
yeah,
respectfully disagree.
Yeah, I definitely appreciated that flex. So
Sean Farish, you know you're a badass when you say, you know what, the goal as I take over as Secretary of Education for the Department of Education is to shut down the Department
That's
of
right.
Education. My job is to make myself extinct professionally and be out of a job myself.
That's it. I love everything Linda McMahon's doing. She was in the first administration too. She played a role in the first administration too. Trump and her have a good relationship. You know, I'm in the WWE Hall of Fame.
He is.
You know that. I put the Undertaker underground. You know that. He's. We put him under 6 feet under, right? We put him 6 feet. And, you know, we did very well with that. I would have loved to have seen, you know, maybe RKO come out of nowhere. And that woman behind the podium, just take her out. You know,
Just
John,
three-
oh, my God.
Just
RKO.
Just three wrestling nerds sitting here talking.
Sorry, Anna.
I'm a little lost. I'm trying to follow along.
We're nerding out here in
Right.
the late wrestling era. so-
Undertaker is a wrestler, noted.
Yeah. We would be if the four of us were in wrestling, we would be called a faction.
Yes. Yes. We would be a faction.
Jasmine Crockett admits she was only hired because she was black, which sounds to me like a DEI hire. Somebody didn't ask her this.
At least she knows.
She voluntarily said this. This is the most stunning clip I've ever seen.
So this
because
is the first thing she said correctly in a year.
she admits that she was a DEI hire. She had no experience. Why? Listen to this. We're gonna play this and then play it again because I couldn't believe my ears when I heard this. Roll this.
Strap in.
Yeah.
Because the eyelashes might blow you away.
Start it over.
Because you've been gracious, is this. When I first became a public defender, I had no criminal defense experience. And I walked in and I told my boss, Charlie, I said, listen, you should hire me. He said, why? I said, because I'm black. Charlie looked at me like I was crazy.
What?
So
Was Charlie black?
Charlie's like, all right, girl, you got the job.
Right.
You used to be in the civil litigation arena. You want to be a public defender and make $52,000 a year and walk people to the death penalty? Be my guest.
I had no experience. You should hire me because I'm black. Roll that one more time.
Yeah, I
please.
saw this
You've been
yesterday.
gracious. Is this. When I first became a public defender, I had no criminal defense experience. And I walked in and I told my boss, Charlie, I said, listen, you should hire
Charlie?
me. He said, why? I said, because I'm black. Charlie looked at me like I was crazy.
So for me,
Charlie took me to the chocolate factory
with Willy Wonka.
Get a golden ticket. We love those golden tickets, by the way.
To me, with DEI, here's my three things. Number one, it's the complete opposite of meritocracy. I'm a believer in merit. You hire anybody under the sun if that person is the best for the job. Doesn't matter if they're white, black, gay, straight. It doesn't matter to me as long as you're a legal citizen. If you make my bottom line better, I'm hiring you. You could be a one-legged transgender individual with purple hair and a nose ring, but if I own a fast food restaurant, a local mom and pop shop, and you are the best burger maestro out there that can make me the best exquisite burgers in town, and I can charge $16.95 for a burger, I'm hiring you. Number two, DEI is actually everything that it claims. It's everything that they're trying to fight against. Well, it's discriminatory. You automatically are committing affirmative action violations of other people's rights by automatically excluding certain people. And I always defend the Asian individuals that get rejected by those absurd Ivy League schools. You have Asian boys and girls, 1590 SATs, 4.5 GPAs, 16 extracurriculars. They're everything you want for a college student. You say, you know what? I'm going to have to pass on the Asian person because I need to admit somebody that's either black or Latino to fill a quota. That's absurd. And then lastly, I don't know how you guys feel. I would never want to know that I was hired based on my race or gender. Like if Greg Stocker said, I'm hiring you because I need a bald guy with a beard, I would say, wait a minute, am I not the best candidate for the job? No, we ought to see once more bearded bald guys.
No,
I don't.
We actually need less balded beard guys.
I don't know that I would take the job.
Oh.
It's offensive to me.
Yeah, I used to have moral qualms with that. I no longer do. Just take the job. Just take the job. I don't care. Just
Whatever.
give me the money. Give me the job. Doesn't matter. Oh, you're hired because you were a woman. And well, not a Jew anymore. That used to be like a cool thing, back in beginning of 2023. But yeah, whatever it is, just,
Things
just
have
take
changed,
it and
Donna.
run. Nothing's fair. Life isn't fair. If you get the opportunity, even if it's because you're a race, gender, whatever. Yeah, it's not fair, but I don't know. I operate on planet Earth, and I've just accepted that is the way things are.
Yep.
So.
You were born a Jewish female, and nothing's ever going to change that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
In Israel, too. So I got that.
Oh.
Which, yeah. I used to be like a minority. Now I'm a white Zionist colonizer.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Animal beast. Yeah, so
cool.
It's interesting.
Sean, your thoughts on this Crockett revelation?
Well, this is one of the dumbest people, I think. But every time she opens her mouth, it's always gold. It's just great.
It is.
It's like she cuts campaign ads for us every time she talks. We've been saying what she said about DEI for the last, I don't know how many years. We're like, no, you're hiring people because they're black. They're like, no. And then she's like, yeah, I'm black. And that's why I got hired. That's why I demanded to be hired. And some guy on X yesterday was like, well, you don't understand because you're white and you've never, I'm like, just tell me how skin color is a qualifier for a job. And then he posts a picture of Pete Hegseth. And I'm like, that's Pete Hegseth. Now tell me how skin color, tell me how it's because if it's a qualifier, it's also a disqualifier, right? Like you have to understand, if you have too many black people hired and you hit your black quota, other qualified black people don't get jobs too, because they got to fill Latinx quotas or Asian quotas or trans quotas or whatever, right? So if it's a qualifier, it's also a disqualifier. Like Ketanji Brown Jackson was appointed as a Supreme Court justice because she's a black female. Joe Biden said, I'm going to pick a black female, which means every other person who was qualified for that role before even interviewing was out. That's not fair. In what world is that fair? I hate this DEI stuff. And we've been saying for a while that this is what it was, and everyone denied it. And then Jasmine Crockett yesterday was like, no, I demanded to be hired because I was black, and then I got hired. And I was like, okay, well, thanks for telling the truth. This is the first time for everything. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. It's racist. That's what it is.
We should take a break and then come back. I have By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, please hit the like and subscribe buttons while you are there. Spirit Airlines had, for some reason, women make have mental breakdowns on Spirit Airlines and take their clothes off. I have no idea why. This is a Florida story, Anna, so this is right up your alley.
Why do you think I fly
Spirit on the way? Yeah, on the way
yes,
that's what I fly.
This woman has a mental breakdown, I believe, and strips naked boarding a Spirit Airline flight. We will have that video plus a ton more.
Yes.
On the other side.
If you want to fly with Drek, you fly Spirit, Allegiant, or Frontier. They're basically the 3 Bobo airlines, and you get what you pay for.
Sorry.
Kayal and Company, we continue after this, but first, a word from our friends at Natural Lawn of America. Not Bobo at all, because it's my lawn care company. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America, because they have a company that will provide you better results, but simultaneously making sure that it's safer for your family and your pets. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting your friends, family, and loved ones, including those pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today, and you're going to get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn today at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Summer's almost here. Dawn Stensland here. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. That's why I had my friends from Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning get us summer ready. Marvin E. Cans, a third-generation owned, military veteran-founded company. If you live in an older suburban home, consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Mitsubishi Electric is a great solution for a home lacking that ductwork and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. Contact my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKANZE.com, MarvinECans.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provide smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun, 100%. Every time it's spectacular. Joe Conklin's awesome, hysterical.
Super funny. I love the horns. Oh my God.
Really, really enjoy it.
That's Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com. Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 8:36 on this Thursday morning. Nick Kayal, Greg Stocker, Anna Hummel in for Dawn Stensland. Sean Farish is with us. For those that don't consume us every single minute of all 4 hours,
What's
first
wrong
of
with
all,
you?
that's your fault.
Yeah.
That's the shame on you.
Bad job.
Dawn's in Italy. Anna will be in for Dawn for the next week and a half. Sean Farish will be with us a lot. Tony Bruno, Harry Mays will be with us throughout the next week and a half, 2 weeks as we continue here. Joe Conklin coming up, 9:30 in studio. Phillies tickets at 9:50 as we continue with the never-ending.
Cut you. Never ending. It just goes on and on and on. There's still protests happening on for Elon and Tesla. This protester yells at a man wearing a MAGA hat in a Tesla Cybertruck. She says, quote, "F you, Nazi."
Original.
Really? roll this, Phil.
Come on, bring it on. Bring it on.
Wow.
I love you.
I really wish my mother-in-law would stay home. No, that's not my mother-in-law.
These people are deranged.
They are. They're so triggered.
Yeah.
I feel bad for anybody that has a Tesla, whether you're a Trump supporter or not, whether you bought it for climate change, whether you bought it just because you thought it was a badass, cool vehicle with cameras and the ability to drive itself. You know, Anna, I'll ask you. I'll start with you first because you are of Jewish descent. Does it bother you? Just well, I mean, you brought
way to stereotype, Kayal.
Yeah. Well, she Anna self-described.
I do.
Jew.
I self-identified.
Yes. And you made reference to October of 2023. Does it bother you? And just on this front, the way we just in this cavalier nature. Just throw around the phrase Nazi and Hitler like it's just the run-of-the-mill terminology these days?
Yeah, if everyone is a Nazi, then no one is a Nazi, and you're kind of really watering down what it was. And listen, like, yeah, I might be Jewish, but like, I didn't live through the Holocaust. But there were people who did, and I feel like to kind of respect them and their memory, we need to make sure that we are defining these terms properly. And everyone that just doesn't agree with you and your crazy woke agenda isn't a Nazi.
Well, the thing that's so infuriating, though, Sean, is we have Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Republican Party that are defending Israel, yet that lady's probably pro-Gaza. Hamas has the same agenda that Hitler did, and she's telling a Trump supporter that they're a Nazi when she supports the group, the government, the terrorist organization with the same end goal that the Nazis had.
Nick, that's your problem. You're trying to make sense of these things.
I'm so tired of being right. It's making
no
my head
sense.
hurt.
Yeah.
There's no logic. That's what she's been told to think, right? Rachel Maddow told her that Trump supporters were Nazis. So they're Nazis. That's it. That's all that a woman like that needs. It's just, here's what to say, right? She's nothing more than a teleprompter with a voice. You know, you're given a script and she says it, and that's all it is. And that's really a lot of what the left has done. And to be fair, there are folks on the right who will do the same thing. They will wait to be told how to think, right? I mean, I went through this last week, right? On Wednesday or Tuesday of last week, nobody I knew liked Lindsey Graham. Now, because Donald Trump made an endorsement, Lindsey Graham's apparently very good. I mean, this to me, I was like, really? You know, Iowa last year, the same thing happened. People were like, Vivek is okay. Then he did the thing with the T-shirts and Trump slammed them. And they were like, we hate Vivek. Then Vivek dropped out and endorsed Trump and they liked him again. I'm like, who's taking you seriously if you're doing, you know, you're going back and forth more than a windshield wiper. Independent thought's important on both sides of the aisle. And I call it out every time. Because if you can't think for yourself, then what's the point of even thinking at all?
Right.
So this woman, it's worse. It is worse on the left because it's getting violent on the left.
I will say this though, with the Tesla Cybertruck, I'm very happy with my Honda Ridgeline. But if Piazza ever decided to scoop up a Tesla dealership and put it into their umbrella and family of automobile manufacturers and companies, I said this on the show before. The Tesla Cybertruck is so ugly, I freaking love it. Is anybody? I think I'm the lone wolf here. Anna, do you like the Cybertruck or no?
No, and people are making it uglier. I saw a lime green one yesterday, as if it wasn't obnoxious enough. People are putting these crazy wraps on it.
Well, that's the Grinch edition.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah. Not a fan. You know, looks like a Lego, but you know, if you like it, you like it. I don't know.
Ferris, you're anti-Cybertruck? You don't like it?
It's not that I'm anti-Cybertruck. Like, I don't want an EV. That's my problem.
Yeah.
Like, I like my gas-powered vehicle. I like if I'm on
Same
a
here.
long road trip, I can stop at a gas station and in 5 minutes be back on the road. I mean, I know some of these cars charging like 20, but that's a lot of time.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely a gas guy, but I tell you what, if that thing ever came with gas fuel up, I'll tell you what, I'm in. I can't afford one anyway, but if it was affordable.
It's ugly too.
Yeah, it is.
That's what I'm saying. It's so ugly, I like it. Like, there's certain sneakers there's certain things in fashion that you're like, God, that's ugly, but it's popular. I like it. I'm in.
By the way, this is. Have any of you guys ever heard of the social media influencer Nick Shirley? I've never heard of him.
Nick Shirley?
Yeah, no. So he did something that was hysterical. He went up to Trump, or to anti-Elon Musk supporters. This has got 9, Phil. He went up to anti-Elon Musk supporters who were standing outside of I think it was a Tesla dealership.
Okay.
And I think it says only Nazis want Musk. So listen to how he turned it around on by the way, these people are it's like 2 people. They're waving signs and they have masks on. So you can
where this is going.
Yeah, you know exactly where this is going. Exactly. Roll this.
How are you guys doing? What makes you guys want to come out here today in support of the fascism that's happening here in the United States?
Support the fascism?
Well, do you believe? Well, you say Elon Musk is a Nazi.
You see him do that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're doing right now, right?
That's a Nazi.
So
I'm not a Nazi.
You said
Only Nazis want Musk.
so you're not protesting because you want Elon Musk to be a Nazi?
Is this obvious? Isn't this obvious?
Well, only Nazis
Look at the
want
lady.
Musk, so I'm kind of confused.
We're not Nazis.
Excuse me, Skippy.
Oh, you guys
Only-
aren't Nazis.
No.
Oh.
Why are you wearing Why are you wearing sunglasses on a cloudy day and a KN95 mask outside? Mental health right there. Why don't you just carry a sign that says, I suffer from TDS, stage 5, won't be around much longer?
Unbelievable. I would have walked up to him playing the Imperial March. I do that when I see people in the grocery store with the mask. I
Yeah.
start bum bum bum. My wife's like, calm down. I'm like, they don't know, or they might, and I hope they do. You know what? I hope someone starts.
And it's,
Right?
it's always
You know?
it's always though a white liberal mid to late 50s minimum up to late 60s. It's the boomer generation, right?
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not the boomers. It's older Gen X. I'm telling you, it's older Gen X. Like if
Well, that's I guess mathematically correct.
it's crazy to me because they were that older version of Gen X should actually be boomers because of their mindset. Like if you're in
You don't claim them.
No.
Well,
no.
Dawn is still technically Gen X.
She is, yeah. She's in that generation, but no, she's not like these people.
No.
All right, this is amazing. This is in Arden Hills, Minnesota.
And for those wondering, real quick, Gen X would be 1965 to 1980.
Yes. So this woman, this mother, I believe, is keying a Tesla, while her two daughters, who look about Nick's age, give the finger because they know they're being surveilled.
Her daughters look like me or my kid's age?
Her daughters look like your kid's age.
Okay, because if her daughters look like me,
Nick's
she's
age,
got
I was
some,
like, wait, what?
if her
I was gonna
daughters
say,
if her daughters look like Nick Kayal, she's got some ugly daughters.
Roll this. Roll this. You can see the video, Nick, if you want.
Oh yeah, that is my kid's. There's me and Olivia.
So there's a cyber truck.
Yep, there
and
she goes.
And they both
Booyah.
they both give the finger.
Wow.
Look
Now,
at that.
Did she key it or was she just giving it the bird?
I'm not sure. Phil, can you
keyed it, I
can you
think.
rewind it? Yeah, she did something to it. Look at the mother.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/1210.
I don't want to look at the
I
mother.
know.
Kids go right ahead. Yeah, she goes
Oh, my
there.
Lord.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they all know they're on camera, so and they're not even at
No.
least wear a mask or something.
Yeah, no. They're not
Try
even
to be
trying
a good criminal.
Yeah,
or
I
something.
was just gonna say, like,
You're being lazy.
the brazenness of this is unbelievable.
Yeah, mom looks like she's got the nurse pants on because you can see the little
Yep.
badge there. So she just got done working a shift probably. She's pissed at the world.
I mean, not that I'm not against a good, middle finger from a child. It can be hysterical.
We grew up on the middle finger,
exactly.
right?
But I mean, this is just you're teaching your kids to be a effing criminal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, keying a car, does anybody, honest question, I looked at my keychain. I don't have
I don't have one either.
a key.
No.
Does anybody actually have a key on their little
It's
thing
all-
that they
Oh, I have
carry?
a
Yeah,
ton.
I do,
I'm like
I
a
do.
janitor. I have a ton of keys.
Oh, no, you're that
Yeah.
guy.
Oh yeah.
Do you put them
I
on your
hold
belt?
on to them for sentimental purposes. Oh yeah. What?
Do you put them on your belt?
I don't keep them on my belt.
No.
No. But I have a massive.
Nice.
I have a bunch of the key to the house, the key to. Well, I don't know what the other keys are, but there's a lot of them.
Everything I have is a key fob now.
Yes, fobbed off.
Yeah, I am fobbed off. Thank you, Pierce.
I'll tell you what, Jeffrey Tubin fobbed off on a Zoom call. He's not supposed to do that.
He fogged off and he did the whole. He was off across the board.
We
He
call it
still is
honking
off.
your hedgehog. He was honking his hedgehog. It's terrible. You're not supposed to do that.
Thank you, Dana.
All right, so for those of you on YouTube, youtube.com/1210WPHT, I'm not sure what's happening what's happening on these airlines is the flight industry has become the bus station.
Yeah.
So anybody can get on and buy a ticket and go wherever they want to. This is no offense, Anna, but this took place in Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. So I'm sure you're familiar with this airport. This Spirit Airlines passenger has a meltdown. She takes her clothes off during an argument at the airport. The woman was seen with minimal clothes on, yelling at someone before a police officer arrived and told her to put her shirt back on. The incident reportedly took place at the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. Gotta love Spirit. All right, we're gonna play this video if you wanna see this woman.
God, is there audio?
Yeah, but I have to. It's she curses a lot, so I have to make sure I'm playing it. Roll it. And look at them, man. Look at those big bloomers she's wearing.
Holy cow!
She's down to her underwear.
Yeah.
Oh.
Why do you think she took her clothes? I mean, these people are just trying to get to their destination. Why?
Those are some big panties. Did she kill a
It's
cheetah?
a big booty.
Looks like she used like a contractor bag for her panties, you know?
Jeez Louise.
One of those 60-gallon leaf bags, you know?
You know, when I get ready to board Spirit, Frontier, or Allegiant, I usually, to make my point, I strip.
Yeah.
And I
I would like
shout.
to see the lead up to that. Stripping.
It's all
and
Tiffany
when
Gomez's
that's-
fault, you know, because she started with that. You know what is not real? The back of the plane. Now everybody wants to make a scene in the air.
It's Sean. You hit the nail on the head. You're 100% correct.
You think this is trying to go viral for the sake of the trend?
I do. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
I think it's either entitlement or mental health.
This Illinois, I don't know if you guys saw this story, but this Illinois teacher, who by the way is super attractive, has had allegedly, I have to say, had sex or raped, because it's, you know, he's underage, a 15-year-old boy. And the police went to her house to arrest her for this. And I quote, "Are you arresting me because I'm good looking?" is what she said. She seemed to have no idea. Have you guys seen this story?
I get pulled over all the time by female cops for being a sex symbol.
Yeah, it's her mugshot has gone viral because she's, you know,
It's not as nice as my mugshot.
It's true. It's true.
Is this the one with the husband in the
Mona
passenger
Lisa
seat?
mugshot.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. This is cut 22. I took this from Inside Edition. There was police body cam video, but you can't really tell too much from this. But this is the Inside Edition report on it. Roll this.
Cops pull over the 30-year-old driver of a gray Volkswagen, and she's in big trouble.
Step out of the car. I know you're confused. I'll explain everything to you.
30-year-old Christina Formella is with her husband, and neither has a clue what the heck's going on.
I don't understand what's going on here. Yeah. You can go grab your things.
Can you come with me?
Yes.
Moments later, cops slap cuffs on her. But why? They're not saying much.
Once you get to the police department, you'll talk to the detective and he'll explain everything to you.
In the back of the squad car, Christina smacks her lips as she tries to process the sudden turn of events in her life. Finally, the cops fill her in.
I'm feeling I'm going to throw up.
So what's the charge? The 30-year-old teacher allegedly carried on an affair with a 15-year-old student. Teen's mom says she discovered these lurid text messages on his cell phone. "I love you so much, Mama. I love you so much, baby. Even though this morning was short, it was perfect."
Wow.
Christina
Quickie.
Formella got married last year in Italy, months after the alleged tryst with the student had begun. The teacher is now on paid leave from Downers Grove South High School outside Chicago.
We are heartbroken for the victim and also for the hundreds of students, staff, and family who trusted this teacher and feel betrayed by this terrible situation.
She says she's done nothing wrong and is being framed and blackmailed by the student. Cops say she told them everybody comes after her because she's good looking.
Oh, she's a victim because she's hot.
I don't know if she's that good looking, but she's attractive.
She's a
Well,
Tampa 5.
Yeah, well,
she's probably a Tampa 7.
A Tampa
but
7.
She's a
the
Portland
thing-
12.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. The thing about this story, when I originally read it, it said that she was a special ed teacher.
Oh boy.
And so then I was like, but then it said she was with a 15-year-old student, so I didn't know if it was one of her special ed students, which would add an additional, curveball to the story. So I don't know if this was one of her students or just a student at the school.
30 years old, just married, goes on a honeymoon to Italy, and throws it all away to sleep with somebody half her age. I don't get it. I really don't. We always talk about these rape situations. I always think about, Chris Hansen to Catch a Predator, and it's usually the dude, right? The dude shows up thinking he's going to be able to sleep with an underage girl, and out comes Chris Hansen into the kitchen. Yeah. Sit down, buddy. Let's talk a little bit. Mm-hmm. This teacher stuff is bizarre. And
Unbelievable.
And Sean, I try not to be prisoner of the moment and say it's an epidemic, but these stories, I mean, you could probably find one of them in the news every day if you look hard enough.
I think they're popping up more now. I hate to say it. I'm pretty sure a lot of this has been going on for a while, and it's been going on undetected. But now we are in the day and age of a digital footprint, where you have phones, you have text records, you have parents who will occasionally check in and see what their kid's doing on the phone, and now you see a text exchange with a teacher, and it's bad though. And I mean, how could you not think you did? Now, unless she's completely and totally innocent, and this is literally a frame job. I mean, I guess we'll wait and see, but I have a feeling it's not. How could you think you didn't do something wrong here?
She said, her claim is that he stole her phone and texted himself or something. But why did they have each other's numbers to begin with?
Right.
That's number one. And then number two, like, she not once after that realized, hey, you like put in the text, you stole my phone. Like at least
yes.
Or
cover
at least do what Mike Waltz does and use the Signal app, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
Deleting messages, self-deleting. Maybe Jeffrey Goldberg will be in there.
Look, I don't want to, because anything. This boy was underage. If this happened, this boy was underage, so it's rape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But 15-year-old,
I feel like I know what you're saying. You're saying it's not as damaging to a 15-year-old boy as it is to a 15-year-old.
If we have anybody that works in
I know that's a bad take. I know that's a bad take. I know.
No, but it is the take. And to be honest with you, Greg, I'm way more intrigued when it's like an older woman with like a 15. Because here's the thing, like, as sick as it is, I can understand if some like male teacher is interested into a developed girl. She might be a minor, but she kind of looks like an adult. I'm not saying it's right, but I at least understand it. When it's a 30-year-old woman and a 15, like everything that like women typically like about men, they have resources or money or status. Like a 15-year-old boy has none of that stuff.
Nothing.
So what is it about that makes you want to go after that kid? Is just so intriguing to me.
And just to
clarify, there's a term. Pedophile.
Well, and to clarify,
allegedly,
it's totally fine if the 15-year-old boy.
This is all alleged, by the way.
Yeah. If the 15-year-old boy wants to get with his teacher, that's totally acceptable.
By the way, that husband.
Oh man!
If this is true, can you imagine how he feels?
Oh my goodness!
Oh God! And by the way,
oh my goodness! Good point.
I saw a picture.
Imagine being her husband.
I saw a picture.
You did what?
I saw a picture of him like with the two of them together. Like he's this big like baseball player. Like he's not a professional, but he's like this big dude, and I'm just like
burly guy.
Yeah. First of all, if I'm not 15-year-old, I'm like, what is happening here? You know what I mean? Like,
what an ego crusher!
What an ego crusher!
Cuffed out by a 15-year-old.
What's worse? What's worse? Your wife leaving you for another woman, or your wife sleeping with somebody underage or raping somebody underage?
I think the latter.
The latter.
The latter for sure.
Yeah. We know that in the male juvenile or criminal justice system, if you rape or you do anything to a child, you're toast in the can. That's one thing you don't do. You're better off murdering your wife than raping a child. I'd love to know if we have anybody that works in the criminal justice system. Do female prisoners treat females that rape minor boys
the
same way as
AKA
death sentence?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah. We have a ton more, but we should get to that on the other side.
Yes, we will. Let me tell you about our friends. First of all, though, about Piazza Acura, the all-new 2025 Acura ADX. It is Piazza Acura's latest addition to their precision-crafted lineup. It is a premium compact SUV with a breakthrough in design, performance, and innovation with all the style, the luxury, and the amenities that Acura traditionally will give you. Turbocharged engine, available all-wheel drive system, and cutting-edge technology. The Acura ADX is engineered for those who demand more. Best of all, now available at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester. And crazy liberals, they won't key your Acura. With leases as low as $389 per month, you can visit PiazzaAcura.com for all the details and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-483-3030. 800-483-3030. 800-483-3030.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor Inc. 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Keswick Theater on April 5th. Proceeds help Abington Fire Companies replenish the gear loss in the fire at SPS. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard. Nailed it. Hit the post, baby. Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Greg Stocker, Anna Hummel, in for Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish from Nashville, Tennessee.
It's a party. It's a party here this morning, guys. Come on.
Box number 3, she's in Florida. Box number 4, he's in Tennessee. Neither of them pay state income tax.
And we're here in Philadelphia.
Yeah. Paying $3.29 for a gallon of gas. Wondering where I went wrong in life. Oh well.
Jeez.
Oh well. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
You got to buy a Cybertruck.
Yeah, I've got MAGA. What's this guy's name? They got a lot of MAGA handles. MAGA Accelerating says, "I have the solution for you. Cybertruck Touring Editions brought to you by Mick Piazza and Generac. Let's talk discounts." And he's got a picture of a Tesla with a generator attached to it.
That's awesome.
Creative audience indeed. Yeah. Joe Conklin, 9:30. Phillies tickets at 9:50 as we continue with the never, never, never ending edition.
That's because it's so good.
Of the Cut Show.
Highest rated segment in... Never mind.
Great.
The
ratings are through the roof.
Thank you, Mr.
Like
President.
a rocket ship,
and
right?
It's
Like a
even,
rocket ship.
It's even better when you join us. Thank you.
Well, that's the thing, because, I bring you the you look at it.
Yeah.
This is why Rachel Madcow wants me on her show, right? Because her ratings are, where. They're not in a good place, I can tell you that.
They're in the toilet.
Democrat House Minority, you played this in the Big Take, but that seemed like 17 hours ago.
It does.
Democrat House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says a bill ensuring only American citizens can vote in our election is, quote, voter suppression. This is cut 1, Phil. If you have it there, roll it.
In that referendum in Wisconsin, then you should have brought the SAVE Act, which is a voter suppression bill that we strongly oppose, to the floor this week. You could have done it. Could have done it today. You could do it tomorrow.
You could have done it.
We dare you to bring the SAVE Act to the floor. We'll have that discussion.
Okay.
That's voter suppression.
It's actually Jim Crow 2.0 if you think about it, really. And let's call it
Joe Biden call it Jim Eagle.
Yeah, Jim Eagle, Jack Crow.
Not a joke.
Not a joke. You know what is a joke was, I remember, Sean, right before I came up here, I was with Odyssey, and I was doing sports in Atlanta while living in Nashville in 2021. And remember when the Major League Baseball All-Star Game got moved from Atlanta because of the alleged voter suppression? And then we found out that it's actually easier to vote in red state Georgia than it is blue state New York, your former hometown state. They just peddle fear when the facts show no. It's actually easier to vote in a red state, specifically when we're talking and comparing Georgia versus New York.
Yeah, that was one of the dumbest things MLB could have done, too, because they listened to the Beast of the Southeast and they moved it to, Colorado, right?
Yep.
Stacey Abrams threw a hissy fit, threatened to eat the people who decided to put the All-Star game in Atlanta, so they moved it. And then the Braves, they went to the World Series that year, so they wound up having it in Atlanta anyway. But that was really stupid. What a dumb decision over the voting rights stuff. So, and then we found out record turnouts and early voting and minority voting in Georgia that year or the year after.
Yep. Highest turnout.
It was like massive turnout numbers. So that just the whole narrative collapsed. And now you have Hakeem Jeffries saying that the SAVE Act is voter suppression. Well, you know what? He's right. I would love to suppress the votes of people who are not allowed to vote in my elections. Yes. I absolutely want to suppress the votes of illegal aliens and non-citizens who are not allowed to vote in my elections. 100, 1,000, 1,000,000% to Hakeem Jeffries. We're not telling you that if you're a citizen, you can't vote. That's not the goal of the SAVE Act. The goal of the SAVE Act is to make sure that people who are here illegally or who are not citizens and do not have the right to participate in our elections don't participate in our elections. When somebody who is ineligible to vote, whether it's a dead person or somebody who is illegally in the country, it dilutes the weight of eligible voters' votes, and we should not want that to happen. The reason why the Democrats want that to happen is because they win the dead vote, they win the illegal vote, and these people vote for them. That's all it is. It's a threat to them. You could always tell what they're threatened by based on what they come out and just foam at the mouth to protest. USAID, illegals voting, all those different things.
Anna, it's amazing. You live in a state that can wrap up elections and deliver results to their voters and citizens in one day.
I know. Impressive.
And you've lived in California where it takes 3 weeks to get results.
Yeah. Raised in California, lived in Florida for the last almost decade. It's crazy I've been here that long. And I don't see myself moving back home anytime soon. So, which is such a shame because San Diego is like, bar none, the best weather like on the planet year round. It's just the best. It's Florida without the humidity. It's perfection. But, you know, I don't agree with how they run things over there. And I was even telling my liberal family that lives in Portland, Oregon, I treaded very lightly on all political conversations. But I said to them, and I would say this to anybody, like I would advise people to live in a place that reflects their values. Because if you move to a place that doesn't reflect your values, you're just frustrated all the time. Mm-hmm. So I'm in Florida. I'm happy here. I'm not going anywhere.
And then, Sean, you have the maniacs that, like you, leave New York for Tennessee, except those maniacs flee because of the blue policies that they're sick of, and then they go to Tennessee and they vote Democrat anyway.
That's right.
It's unbelievable when people do that. They'll flee, California, come to Tennessee, and then be like, put porn in the school. Like, you just left that. You just left a state where people take all of. Why didn't you stay?
Yeah.
If you like it so much, you could have. It was a haven for stuff like that. Go back. Tennessee's closed to liberals.
I have friends still down there that have signs in their yard saying Nashville is closed, no vacancies, because they're tired of it.
But no one.
The last couple of days, there's been this debate about a Maryland man, as we've heard from the mainstream news, father, right, who's been deported.
Family man.
A family man who's been deported. And there's been, I don't know, like I'm seeing reports that the administration is saying it was a clerical error and he's in El Salvador but can't come back. Other people are saying that he's actually a gang member. I don't really know what to believe with this. But that didn't stop Elie Mystal on. He's becoming a favorite, by the way, in this.
He's a pain in the ass.
Is that the fat Cornel West looking guy?
Yes.
I like to say he's if Joy Reid and Don King had a baby.
Yeah.
Ellie would pop out.
He said he says that even if you prove to me that they are gang members, meaning these people that were deported in El Salvador, he's still opposed to shipping them back,
even if proven to be dangerous.
Roll it.
Okay.
Nation about their status. And just to slightly push back on Mark, even if you tell me and you prove that they're gang members, I'm not so sure that I'm okay with them being sent off to be tortured in a foreign country, but I'll leave that aside.
Okay, well, here's the deal. Then you can house them.
Yes, that's it. I was just
yeah. I won't. My tax dollars will not go to them. You work for MSNBC. You're also, I believe, he's a professor at some Ivy League institution. He probably makes at least 5 times what I make. So since you have such ample income and 4,000 square feet and 6 bedrooms, and I'm assuming this guy's not married because who the hell would want to marry that and sleep with that?
Oh boy.
You can give one of your spare rooms to an MS-13 member. Tell me how it works out.
I'm all about it. Martha's Vineyard, too. Everybody over at Martha's Vineyard, send them back over there. Yeah. Remember? 48 hours, humanitarian emergency, get off the island. It was like Survivor. They all voted them out.
Yeah.
That was it. You've been voted off. I lead by example.
Yeah.
That's what I say. All these leftists, they love the high taxes. Everyone's got to pay they'll pay their fair share. Right, Bernie? You pay your fair share with your 3 houses. How about that first?
Yeah.
Okay? Lead by example. That's what we do.
I love it. Yeah, Bernie, I hate capitalism. Capitalism has destroyed America. By the way, if you want my autographed book, it's $95.
Geez, $95 minimum wage, $15 an hour. I can't stand him.
Remember when we used to think that Bernie Sanders was anti-establishment and he was just all in the swamp? So disappointing.
Right.
He really is. He really is.
Free health care for all.
He's the epitome of the swamp.
He's a gator. Yeah, he's in the swamp.
He's a gator. So this is Alex Crawford. She's a correspondent for Sky News. I saw this yesterday. I don't know how old it is, but it is such a eye-opening thing as we talk about USAID, and we talk about people from other countries, and how much do they have against the American people. She was a correspondent. I think this is like northern Syria, and these are 6 and 8-year-olds that are like, this is like an ISIS safe haven there, and she's there with like a reporting crew. And these kids are making beheading signs to them.
Yeah, it's the next wave of terrorism.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah, future generations.
So whenever you say about all the money that's going to foreign countries and all this stuff, this is what we're funding.
Yeah.
This is what they're funding. They're being told at this age that we're infidels and we need to be beheaded.
They're funding the never-ending war.
Roll this.
We're going to behead you, they're saying, alongside cutting motions.
Look at this. Look at these kids.
Look how young these kids are. I mean, some of them don't look more than 6, 8, 10, but they're making very violent gestures towards us. And this is what many are worried about, because they have been kept in this very difficult situation for so many years. And those are the ones, these young people, who they fear might be used as IS recruits. Some of these ISIS wives and families have been here for more than 6 years. Many of the children have been born here
The lady
and
not
don't
being able
like
to show any
outsiders,
skin.
particularly Western ones. Young ones right now, but they're feared to be the next generation of cubs of the caliphate.
Of course
if
they
don't
are.
Get rehabilitation or psychological help. They, like everyone else here, taunt their Kurdish guards that ISIS will soon be back, in control and freeing them. Most of the people in the camp are utterly dependent on aid. And 70% of it comes from US aid.
Thank you.
So a sudden dramatic cut in aid has had not just an impact on their feelings of vulnerability, but also has led to a spike in attacks, restlessness, and frankly, anger.
All right, so pause it right there. So all of the liberal women out there, Elon pulled the plug on USAID for nations in need. Guess what, lady? Guess what?
Yeah.
You go over to the Middle East, your face covered, your arms covered. That little bit of cleavage you want to show, covered. No skin, or you're beheaded. I mean, you got kids that are 6 there taunting the Kurdish military, saying, enjoy it now.
Well, that's what everybody
because
says.
ISIS is on the return.
Women and children. It's women and children. These are the children. These are the children making.
And we thought Gen Z was bad.
Yeah, exactly.
This seems worse.
I don't want to see kids starve.
Yeah.
Like, it's not what I want, but here's the deal, right? I'd rather not feed people who want me to lose my head.
Amen.
I don't care if you're a kid, maybe we need to, I don't know what to do in that situation, but I certainly don't want to feed them.
Yeah.
Number 2 is, even if it's a situation where, oh my gosh, there's AIDS and it's out of control in Africa. Well, not my country, not my problem.
Yeah.
I mean, sort of. Also, the USAID is such a net negative. Look at it like cancer. Sometimes you do have to cut out some healthy tissue to get rid of the tumor. Just because you're taking out healthy tissue is not justification to leave the tumor there, right? Because if you leave the tumor there, you die, right? That's what happens. So, sometimes you have to do these things, and like okay, so we're feeding the kids, and they want us beheaded.
Yes.
So if we don't feed the kids, how much worse could it get? Right? I mean, you already want to cut off my head, and we're giving you food.
Yeah.
They're going to get angry. They're already angry.
Yeah.
They want me to get my head cut off.
Speaking of being fed and being healthy, I need a tabbouleh food drop. If we've got any quality Middle Eastern restaurants, I need some. You want to have a healthy dish. By the way, these kids, I'll take a tabbouleh and a beheaded infidel immediately. Here's the deal with tabbouleh, though. Great summer treat, great summer salad, the parsley, the tomatoes, the onion, little olive oil, lemon, little salt, pepper. Don't go heavy on the wheat. I don't want a bunch of cracked wheat. Very minimal on the wheat. I want the parsley.
And heads of infidels.
And heads of infidels.
And heads of infidels, of course.
Medium rare, like my lamb.
That is the most eye-opening video I've ever seen. And Sean, you are 100% right. I don't want kids to starve. No. I agree with you. It's not their fault the way they're being raised.
Right. Do you think that child wants to play Legos with your kid?
However, however, they're being taught at this age to become the next ISIS member. What do you do with
You
that?
might have sympathy for him now as a kid, but they're not going to be a kid
No,
forever.
exactly.
Well, the kid
and
doing
oftentimes,
this,
and oftentimes,
could be the next Abbeygate bomber, right? I mean,
think about the kids that were. So let's look at this from the Middle East to China to America. In the Middle East, we've got 6-year-olds being raised to be the next ISIS fighter for their greater cause. In China, in schools, we've got kids loading handguns at their desk, being taught how to use a firearm. And in our schools, we're teaching our kids or confusing them about gender identity and which pronoun to use.
Yeah.
We're
you feel like a cat? Here's a litter box.
We're done.
We should take a break and come back and do a little bit more for the cut sheet.
That's right. And then Joe Conklin, I just saw him moseying around the hallway. He'll be in here in about 10 minutes. It's Kayal and Company, and we're back after this.
For just a moment, imagine life without joint pain. Erase the constant ache in your knees, hips, or shoulders. Imagine moving with ease, unafraid of that next jolt of pain. At QC Kinetics, we believe your health is your greatest investment, and we're here to help you regain it. Our advanced regenerative therapies revitalize damaged joint tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. It's not just about relieving pain, it's about restoring your freedom and confidence. Imagine golfing, hiking, or just walking without hesitation. Imagine waking up every morning without pain holding you back. With QC Kinetics, you can turn those dreams into reality by investing in something priceless, your health. Find out if you're a viable candidate by requesting a free consultation today. Call 215-261-5967. What's your health worth to you? If it's worth a free call and consultation, here's the number: 215-261-5967. 215-261-5967.
The big media are out to stop President Trump at any cost. ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, they're all the same. President Trump doesn't trust the big media, even Fox News. Now, millions of Americans are turning to Newsmax. Nielsen reports almost 30 million Americans tuned into Newsmax last quarter. And President Trump is one. He watches Newsmax and says it's terrific. So tune in tonight to watch Rob Finnerty's series, The Big Media's War on Trump. Every night, Rob Finnerty is exposing their big lies and gives you the straight talk you want. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems. Or download the free Newsmax app on your phone or home TV now. Millions have made the switch to Newsmax. You should too.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you. But you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate, or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-483-3030. 800-483-3030. 800-483-3030.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
It's Kayal and Company as we continue, 9:23 Thursday morning. Sean will be heading on out of here in a few minutes. Joe Conklin at the bottom of the hour. Phillies tickets in just about 25 minutes.
By the way, you know why this is the best? Radio's the best medium ever, and nobody can tell me different. Carla writes in and says, I own a Middle Eastern restaurant, Pita Pockets Eatery in Cheltenham, PA.
Yes.
Best hummus, falafel, and chicken shawarma.
Oh.
We do not sell tabbouleh nor heads of infidels, though.
Okay.
So,
well, if you want to advertise, please advertise.
Or stop by with some food.
Yeah.
We like both.
So good.
So good.
I mean, I love Italian food, but Italian food gets very heavy carbs. I'm trying to cut weight. Middle Eastern food, grilled meats, vegetables, garlic.
Cut weight like you're
chicken souvlaki.
Senior in high school.
Yeah, like I'm trying to make 180 the 189 weight class again.
All right, get on over to YouTube if you want to see this. I don't know. These things just pop up, and it's my job to flag them and report on them and talk about them.
Okay.
This North Dakota mayor had to resign after he filmed a video of himself, quote, pleasuring himself on a lunch break and sent it to a city attorney.
So he was tubing.
What? Mayor.
Where's he go? Fobbing off, huh?
He was fobbing off.
He was fobbing off.
Honking the hedgehog.
Mayor of Minot, I guess.
Minot.
Tom Ross resigned after he sent a video of himself doing the deed to a city attorney, Stephanie Stahlheim. Oh. So in this video, you'll see, this is cut 29, Phil.
We're going to see the video?
Well, no, we're not going to see the video.
Like, yeah.
This is a news report, but you get to see the dude and the gal.
Honestly, can I be the first to comment on this one?
Yeah. You see the dude. Let me just say that again, and then you see the gal, and then okay. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. By the way, if you want to see these videos, Phil, roll this disgusting thing.
With a major shakeup in leadership in the city of Minot, Tom Ross resigning as mayor of Minot today. It comes after the release of a report on an investigation into Ross's conduct. Kiona Rivera covered a special city council meeting this afternoon and joins us in studio with more. Kiona.
Good evening, Joe. According to the investigative report, City Attorney Stephanie Stahlheim filed a formal harassment complaint on January 28th against Ross. The report states Stahlheim received a sexually explicit video over text 2 weeks prior. According to the report, when interviewed about the incident, Ross confirmed it was him in the video and he had recorded the video during his lunch break prior to sending it to Stahlheim. The reporter-writer says Ross intended to send it to his romantic partner, whose name begins with C, but mistakenly sent it to the contact city attorney.
Sorry.
At this afternoon special meeting, the council accepted the findings of the report. A few council members also spoke on the challenges the city has faced in the past few months.
The city's been through an awful lot. City organization, city staff, the people of our city have been through a lot.
Yeah.
The well-being of our city, as Alderman Blessum said, has been on shaky ground more often than we care to admit over the last few years and months. We've been faced with challenges that most cities never have to endure. Today, I sit before you with heart overcome by sadness and disappointment as we face yet another moment of poor leadership in our city's history.
Yeah.
God.
We also reached out directly to Ross for a statement on today's developments.
Should have reached
He
around.
said he takes responsibility for the mistake and said he will always have respect for Stahlheim.
Yes.
The decision I made falls in line with all my work on behalf of the city of Minot.
And here's
I've
my
put
best
my heart
work.
and soul into this community. My stepping down is one more decision that is best for all of Minot. We'll have this full statement on our website.
Wow. I got up and then I stepped down.
Oh my God!
You know, I got to defend Tom Ross.
Guess you could say he had a hard time.
Yeah, hard time, very hard time.
Very hard
Maybe.
time.
I mean, what is the mayor of Minot, North Dakota, supposed to do all day? You have to fill the hours of the day with something, do you not?
A great point.
Isn't that a great point? Even on it.
Honestly,
there's 24 hours in a day.
I think the real villain in this story is the city attorney.
There's a good chance that that's a part-time mayoral position. He might have a full-time job.
She should have been a real one and just saw it and laughed and not tried to ruin the guy's life.
Wow.
That's what I would have done.
Wow.
I mean, like, I'm not so fragile that if I see that, I'm going to laugh and I'm going to know that guy, anything I want from that guy for the rest of my life, I'm going to get. I'm going to get because I got the blackmail that you sent to me. So
That's true.
Take that,
She
put it in your
waited for an
pocket.
opportune moment to use it. If she was
Absolutely,
smart, you know?
but instead she
extorted a few bucks, you know?
She files a report on the guy and ruins his life. Shame on her. Be an adult and accept it.
Hey, look, you know, Jeffrey Toobin is back on CNN. So everybody
true.
gets a second chance. So I would
That's
advise
true.
Tom Ross, lay low, sit it out for 18 months.
Cuomo's coming back too, so
Right.
I guess
Get it out of your system. You have a lot of time on your hands now.
By the way, Sean, wasn't it you as Mr. President who said we need to combine the Dakotas anyway?
Yes, we're gonna combine the Dakotas, and we're gonna get rid of Rhode Island, right? Because it's not an island; it's a stupid name. Stupid name.
So has Doug Burgum and Kristi Noem reached out to this individual as most notable figures from North and South Dakota? By the way, is Tom Ross Republican or Democrat? Do we know?
I don't know. No.
I'm going to look this up. Tom Ross mayor. I might have to change my position if he's a Democrat.
By the way, like you're sending videos of that, like.
Well, he meant to send it to somebody else.
Yeah, but
he walked.
That's what he
I
said.
don't know. Who cares?
Why are so many people bad at using phones these days? Like Signal.
He's a boomer.
You got the woman with the like. Oh, can we just like? It's not hard to not send the right.
Apparently,
I
it's hard to find out if he's Republican. I cannot find. I've searched like 8 things. Is the guy a Republican? Not that it matters,
By the way,
but like, what the hell?
By the way, if you're sending that video, don't you like check, double check, triple check, quadruple check that you're sending it to the right person? You know what I mean? Like,
not.
I guess not. But
I just blame it on the fact that he's a boomer. You know, he can't help it. They're just bad with technology. So.
Nick, before we have to break again here, Keith Martin, one of our great YouTube contributors, sent a AI video. They matched. This is for Sean and Anna. He matched together the naked woman dancing for Spirit Airline and an AI video of me dancing with her. Would you guys like to see this?
I would love.
Yes, please.
All right, roll this, Phil. There you go.
Oh, hey.
AI stalker.
Why am I AI? What is that?
See now it looks right there with the freeze frame with the side angle of Greg's head tilted to the left there. Go a little bit further. You can actually see the original picture because it like right there.
Yeah.
That's closer to actual Greg. Right. That was a picture that you had back in the day when it was Ziola, you, and Dawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be a 10-year-old picture.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have no
By
idea
the
where
way,
that's from.
Nick, to answer your question about the party, I believe their mayor elections in North Dakota in that city are nonpartisan elections, so there is no party.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
No wonder why I couldn't
From what
find
I just
it.
read, yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Now it makes sense.
Now it does make sense.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wow.
All right, we should break again. Say
All right.
goodbye to Sean.
Conklin up next.
All right.
Sean, great stuff. Hopefully no tornadoes. If there are, track them. We'll be following.
He's back with us tomorrow.
And we'll
too,
see
by
you
the way.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
7:30. Looking forward to it, brother.
Yes, sir. See you tonight.
All right, there he
Bye.
is.
Later.
Sean Farish. Anna will stay with us. Conklin next. Phillies tickets in about 20 as we continue here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated. But your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
I feel for him. I feel for everybody. Sean Farish, thank you very much. He will join us again tomorrow at 7:30. And now, as we are doing like musical chairs, Sean has been shoved out virtually and in reality right across from me in box number 3.
Yeah.
Joe Conklin is with us. Hello, Joe.
Morning. How are you?
I am doing well. Anna Hummel, meet Joe Conklin. One of the
Joe.
funniest
Nice
men you will ever be around.
What's happening?
What's happening?
April 5th. That's what's happening. Joe Conklin, City Rhythm Orchestra. They return to the Keswick Theater this Saturday, April 5th, Glenside, Pennsylvania, with all proceeds. They're going to the Abington Police Department and the 5 Abington fire companies who fought the SPS fire last month. And it will be hosted by a man who will be coming in here in about 25 or 30 minutes, our very own Dom Giordano. By the way, I said this to Greg and Sean and Anna on the air earlier. I've seen you 5-6 different times on the stand-up alone, but when you were at Westchester for the last one, what was that, about 6 weeks ago, first time I had seen the whole production. What a hell of a performance, man. I'm not here to really kiss your ass, but I'm going to kiss your ass. That was a hell of a show.
Well, who doesn't want to have a whole band behind them? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I kind of we come from a family of singers. Both my parents sang at church.
Yeah.
My dad made a side living singing at funerals. And weddings, mostly funerals.
Yeah.
So we sang a lot around the house, and none of us really did it professionally. Of course, I went into this hellhole of a business, right? But doing impressions. But who doesn't want to have? Oh, I would love to have. Yeah, this is a good act here, but how about a band too?
Right.
And somehow it came together a few years ago, and. Yeah, it's been great.
And the hell with the band for a moment. It looks like we're going to avoid the band, the short term at least, until they table it for further discussions, as the lights are literally going off.
What is happening?
Is the Undertaker here?
What is happening?
Now the lights are back on.
Oh, my Lord.
I thought Dawn was in Italy. Who's in there screwing around in that booth with the lights?
I think it's Dom Giordano.
Oh, all right. So it looks like we will not have the ban of the tush push, so I got to imagine that Merrill Reese is pretty pleased about that.
I am. And, for now, we continue to push each other's tushes for another month or so. And Mike is here.
I'm over here, Merrill. Keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah. Mike, what do you think about this? Is this the tush push splat of the game?
Well, in all seriousness, it's just jealousy, and they don't like when people keep winning. And the Eagles were real strong this year, and they're just trying to find a way to beat us.
Mike is right.
No, I honestly, I'm just ticked at this thing because, seriously, I think the rule changed about 20 years ago, 2004, where you couldn't you couldn't pull or push a ball carrier because the ball carrier would stay up and the defense would keep riding them back. But I think they're gonna probably ban this thing. But what are the Eagles gonna do? They're going to line up and do it again. I guess you just can't push him.
You're just not going to have Barkley behind him shoving Hurts.
Like that. So it'll be kind of interesting, actually.
I still think it's going to work because Hurts squats 600 pounds, right? So
exactly.
He's built like a truck. So there you go. We'll continue with Joe Conklin. Right now, let's squeeze in a quick update. It's time for Anna Hummel's Big 3 at 9:40.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Miller Gardner's toxicology results confirm his cause of death after Yankees' great son 14 died on vacation. A sad story. Miller Gardner died last month of carbon monoxide inhalation, a toxicology report confirmed Wednesday night, just 2 days after Costa Rican authorities revealed the hotel room where the 14-year-old son of Yankees legend Brett Gardner stayed with his families had high levels of the noxious gas. The teen died suddenly on March 21st while on vacation in Costa Rica after suffering a mysterious illness that affected several members of the family.
Yeah, I saw this story. Phil Lomquist probably very, very distraught. If you're a Phillies baseball fan, you might recall Brett Gardner. I think that was probably, maybe 2005 to 2017, that stretch of Yankees baseball. Brett Gardner, I wouldn't call him a Yankees legend, but he was a very good, grinded-out hustler.
These stories, to me, are so... You always hear about these people that go on these vacations to other countries, and, carbon monoxide is is an issue.
Yeah.
And originally when the story came out, Nick, I don't know if you saw it, it was like they thought he had like food poisoning or something like that.
That's how they pitched it.
Yeah, that he like threw up in his mouth and choked on it or something like that. I don't know, but
you go to these nations or these Caribbean countries. I mean, Joel Embiid is with us. Joel, would you recommend anybody going to Cambodia for spring break?
I don't know. I'm having a hard time staying healthy right here in Philly. Cause maybe I will be better back in my native Africa. Cameroon, I miss riding on the elephant.
Yeah. This is why.
What did I say? Cambodia.
This is why you need to stay. This is why you need to stay in this country. You know what I mean? Like, stop vacationing to other places. Stay right here.
Right.
Thank you.
You're gonna leave. You go to Italy.
You know what
That's
you should
pretty
do?
much it.
You know what you should do? You should go to the Keswick Theater on April 5th and see Joe Conklin and the Rhythm
And they serve American food. Give me some French fries. Oh.
So you're not serving carbon monoxide?
You always got to go back to the danger area.
I do. I'm a very dark person.
We have dark senses of humor here.
Yeah, I'm dark MAGA.
Dark man.
Okay, I'm sorry, Anna. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Jean-Claude Van Damme, I believe,
he died too?
Bloodsport.
Jimmy
no,
Van
he's alive
Damme's
and well.
brother? Jimmy Van Damme. Is that Rob Van Damme's nephew?
I don't know.
Bad
But he's facing sex trafficking charges in Romania. Cute.
Wow.
Allegedly accepted sex with 5 women as a gift.
Wow.
Was he hanging out with the Tate brothers?
Yeah, it seems that way. Jean-Claude Van Damme is reportedly facing charges of having sex with trafficked women in Romania, allegedly accepting sex with several women as a gift.
Conklin, make this funny.
Yeah,
shocking stuff.
It's amazing. Speaking of weird things with women, Joe Biden has actually swung by the studios. 46, how are you, sir? Have you sniffed any women lately?
Wow. Come on, I'm being serious right now. Where are we? What time is it?
Oh, my God. 9:43.
Go Eagles.
Yeah, your wife's a Philly girl.
I can't remember her name right now, but she's from Philly.
It's Philly Jilly.
Go Birds.
Go Birds. There's Joe Conklin. Everybody just coming by.
I love it.
Little cameos
I
here and
love
there.
it.
Yeah, bob and weave.
Yeah.
All right, Anna, continue. Story
And
number 3.
lastly, Mayor Adams drops out of the Democratic primary in bombshell shakeup after bogus corruption case dismissed. But he has another plan, it seems. Eric Adams announced Thursday that he will not seek the Democratic nomination for mayor, instead pushing all his chips in a long shot run as an independent candidate, which we discussed earlier. More than 25,000 New Yorkers signed my Democratic primary petition, but the dismissal of the bogus case against me dragged on for too long, making it impossible to mount a primary campaign while these false allegations were held over me, Adams said in the 6-minute spiel.
So Eric Adams now has something in common with Donald J. Trump. They both dropped the D. Trump went R. Adams is going I. And swinging by now is the 47th president of the United States, Donald Trump, with us.
We're doing so many great things, and what I love about what's his name?
Adams.
Adams. He's very loyal,
Yeah.
and we all know him. He's been very loyal for a very long time, and we're doing so many tremendous. I wish him luck. I don't know what he's going to do now. Maybe sell cars or something. He'll count the tariffs.
Yeah.
Maybe he can hold up my charts from the.
The tariff chart.
value menu.
Yeah.
That was quite a show. We're getting a lot of great feedback from it. We did a great job.
Look at that.
yesterday. We did so many great things.
Joel Embiid, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, Merrill Reese, Mike Quick, all in about a 6-minute stretch.
Joe
Bobbing
Conklin.
and weaving. Yeah, Joe
April
Conklin,
5th.
folks.
Where can they get tickets, Mr. President? Where can they get tickets for your
We're
show?
doing the big show. It's at the Keswick, and it's for a great cause. You get tickets at joeconklin.com. It's very, very, very clean, very easy.
Yeah.
Very simple.
JoeConklin.com.
JoeConklin.com. Some would hustle up and say, JoeConklin.com.
Anyways.
It's great to see you, brother.
Yeah, that's Kayal and Company News Live.
Thank you very much, Anna Hummel.
Let's take a break and
Yep,
go back.
we'll come back. Bells and whistles are on tap. That means movies. That means music. That means what's coming up at 10 o'clock, and you're going to want to stick around. A little different twist today. Your chance for Phillies-Giants tickets, but you need to know your movies. Kayal and Company back after this.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. It's springtime. Time to think about your lawn. What about your lawn care service? Years ago, I chose a lawn care service which delivers great results and is actually safer for my family, kids, and pets. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they do not believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, They use environmentally friendly products to grow lush, green lawns naturally. With organic fertilizers to the safer weed and insect controls, your lawn thrives season after season without compromising any safety. But you don't have to just take my word for it. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Now's the time. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. Get free seeding every year for a greener, healthier lawn, plus free seeding. 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provides smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-LIFE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Most of us don't fit in the clothes we wore 30 years ago, and financial advice from 30 years ago doesn't fit either. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Win tickets to see the Phillies. Listen to Kayal and Company mornings at 9:50 this week to win a pair of tickets to see the Phillies and the Giants. Tuesday, April 15th at Citizens Bank Park. It's Jackie Robinson Day with an on-field tribute to the legacy of number 42 before the game. For tickets, visit Phillies.com.
Kayal and Company. 9:52 Thursday morning. We will be sticking around a little longer than usual. Dom will be coming up.
Who signed off on this?
I know. Where are these decisions coming from?
Well, I figured Dawn can do long shows, so us and Dom should man up and.
There you go.
Yeah.
So here's what we have coming up. Your Phillies tickets opportunity in a moment. Phil Almquist is in the hopper. He's ready to go. Music today. What occurred today in music history. Joe Conklin will then come in and steal Phil's seat, send Phil back to his video booth, and we have an update on the Morgan Wallen SNL walk-off.
Oh, that's right. We teased that at 6:01 this morning.
Yeah, we played
it. Get to it.
We commented on it and played the video, but there's a political twist allegedly to it.
Yep.
And then Anna will have some news at 10, and then we'll chat with Dom shortly thereafter. But right now, your chance to get Phillies Giants tickets. It's coming up Tuesday, April 15th. Phil's 4-1, Giants 5-1 right now. You're probably going to get two good teams. But can you identify Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie Clip?
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I need a car. How about loaning me a couple thousand when you get out?
What kind of car you want?
Convertible? I'm a ragtop man.
Deal.
Good. But even if you do give me the money for a car, it don't mean if I ever hear you crossing the line.
Now, Jack, now the both of us know I'm gonna be an honest man from now on, right? But if I did decide to be a thief, what makes you think you can catch me?
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Jimmy Kelly, you're back in my good graces. One of my all-time favorite movies. It came out in 1982.
And I'll tell you why in a second. Why?
Oh, beautiful. The second one was also good as well, which came out 8 years later. But if you can identify it by being caller 12 at 855-839-1210, you are going to see the Philadelphia Phillies and the San Francisco Giants April 15th, Tax Day, Jackie Robinson Day. Enjoy, all courtesy of Kayal and Company, 855-839-1210. Best of luck. And now we find out why that movie was played, as that will be revealed in Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, April 3rd, we celebrate the birthdays of Sebastian Bach of Skid Row, who's 57, Eddie Murphy, who's 64, and Mike Ness from Social Distortion, who's now 63. Singles include Kiss Me Deadly by Alita Ford in 88, and Iron Fist by Motorhead in 82. Albums include Wheels of Steel by Saxon in 80, The Headless Children by Wasp in 89, Hair the Dog by Nazareth in 75, and Titans of Creation by Testament in 2020. Also in 2007, Keith Richards denied that he snorted the ashes of his late father. In 80, during the Pretenders' first tour, Chrissy Hynde was involved in a bar altercation, then arrested and spent the night in jail. In 74, Freebird by Skidder was recorded. In 2022, the Foo Fighters won the Best Rock Album Grammy for Medicine at Midnight. By the way, not the best rock album that year. In 2018, GNR's Welcome to the Jungle was named Best Workout Song of the Year by Gold's Gym. In 84, Van Halen's Jump was certified gold. In 56, Elvis performed on the aircraft carrier USS Hancock in San Diego. In 89, roughly 24 Grateful Dead fans are arrested after trying to get into a show in Pittsburgh without tickets. The mayor said, "I don't want those dead enders ever back here again." But lastly, since we're giving away Phil's Giants tickets, on this day in 84, Huey Lewis sang the national anthem on opening day at Candlestick Park. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
He dazzles and he mesmerizes every single time. Phil Almquist, and now...
Why was the movie...
It's Eddie Murphy's birthday.
Oh.
That's correct.
How old is Eddie Murphy?
Eddie Murphy,
48.
64.
48?
48.
What's wrong with you?
I was tying in the movie.
Okay.
Anthony in Chesterfield, what movie was that, buddy?
That was 48 Hours.
That's right. Can you give me,
48
Anthony,
hours.
can you give me a Roxanne at a real high pitch?
A what fan?
You remember when Eddie Murphy says, Roxanne?
Oh, Roxanne!
There you go.
Boy,
Ah, boy, Anthony. There you go. Congratulations, man. You got the Phil's tickets.
Thanks.
You got it. Anthony in Chesterfield. Yeah, Eddie Murphy's sitting in the joint. He's got the Walkman with the headphones on.
Yeah.
Getting ready to get out of the can.
Did anybody tell Joe Conklin he can come back in?
Yeah, we'll figure out where Joe is in a moment. So congratulations. So let's get to this Morgan Wallen story. We have the update. Phil Omquist will have the video up here in a moment. So this is interesting because I saw this. Now, I didn't watch it Saturday live because I never watch Saturday Night Live anymore unless they bring back a true legend, which makes the show funny. So Morgan Wallen, for those who don't know, arguably the biggest country singer today in modern country music with Luke Combs.
Without a question, right?
Yeah, he's got to
I mean,
be
even
top
I know
three.
who he is.
There
Yeah,
you go.
and
Okay.
I don't know country, so
Yeah.
if he's on my radar, he's pretty big.
I think he's very good. I like him.
Best voice in country music, would you say that?
I would go Luke Combs 1.
Wow, okay.
Although Luke Combs is a fat slob. But he's got the best voice, I think. I love his music. I love Morgan Wallen's music, too.
Yeah.
Can be a little poppy at times, which is not my thing. He's got a bit of a checkered past. I think Morgan Wallen's been dealing with alcoholism issues. He also had a terrible issue because I think every country music artist in Nashville owns a bar. Like it's like a prerequisite if you're going to be a country artist.
Yeah.
And he apparently, I don't even have to say allegedly, I think he was found guilty of this and had to do community service. He was so drunk he threw a bar stool off of a rooftop bar in Nashville.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
it went down and damn near killed somebody.
He's bringing rock and roll back.
He's kind of he's kind of a badass.
He needs
right?
inspiration for the songs.
Yeah. So he hosts Saturday Night Live, I think, or he was the music actor or whatever it was.
He was the music actor.
And he, when they get, all right, so Phil, let's play this because this is typically what they do. Everybody waves and smiles like they all got along for the last week and love each other. Here it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't have audio. Do we have audio?
No, there's no need for audio.
Okay.
You can just see the
So
video.
they're kissing, blowing kisses, waving. There's the beautiful chick. There's the credit, Lorne Michaels. I give you a smooch. Call me later. I gave you my number backstage. Kaboom. He walks out, right?
Bye.
Now, I have been told. Now,
Here,
the
pause
other-
that. Yeah.
The other thing is he Instagrammed or posted on social his private flight, and he said, "Get me back to God's country."
Yep.
Anybody that's lived in the South, they call it God's country. Some say Central Time Zone is God's time zone.
By the way, love that private jet he has.
Love the jet.
Right?
Yep. And so apparently, now I was ready, and I'm glad we got the update because I was actually going to rip Morgan Wallen for being kind of a D-bag.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I mean, you can't stick around, and I'm not a fan of SNL, all their little woke little actresses on their show. It's not my thing anymore. But apparently, he was completely disrespectful. The Daily Mail is reporting that Wallen was obnoxious behind the scenes throughout his time on the show, and those that are criticizing him that had to experience him are blaming him for his MAGA politics.
Oh, God, of course.
He was unprofessional the entire time and came in with a chip on the shoulder, the insider said. He thought that he was a massive star that deserved to be treated as if they were lucky to have him. When he wasn't getting that, he threw a tantrum. I would argue Morgan Wallen's bigger than any star on SNL.
I got to tell you guys that, that is a long week for anybody.
It
The
is.
musical guest. If you don't want to be there and your record company or whatever is making you go and do this, you don't want to be there. The last thing you want to do is sit there and play nice with all of these liberal D-bags who don't respect you or like you, right?
Mm-hmm. And it's sad that you would actually have it come down to politics when they're all in the entertainment business.
Yeah.
Some better than others. Kenan Thompson's been on that show 22 years. If you're on SNL for 22 years, it's probably because you didn't make it big enough to leave the show like Farley and Farrell and Sandler and everybody else, Rock and Spade. But that's neither here nor there. But there's a lot of work that goes into that. I've seen behind the scenes 6 weeks ago, as Joe Conklin is back in studio with us. I got there to Westchester University. You think Conklin's just the star performer of the show? No, he's running the rehearsals before.
He is
busting his balls.
He is. He's gonna after he's done with his gig at the Keswick, April 5th. That Dom Giordano will be a part of as well. He's going to get on his private jet and say, "Get me back to God's country," which is what South Philly, Joe.
South Front
Is that
Street.
God's
South
country
Front
as
Street.
well? South Front Street.
April 5th, JoeConklin.com are the tickets.
That's right. Saturday, April 5th, Keswick Theater.
Sheen, yes.
Glenside, PA. WPHT-A. All right, let's get caught up in the world of news, and then we're going to chat with Dom Giordano, who will be with Joe Conklin on Saturday. But first, it's time for a 10 o'clock edition.
Wow.
Actually, 10:02.
Wow.
I should be on the Schuylkill right now,
stop.
but I'm not. Anna Hummel, take it away.
Yes, absolutely. So a little bit of lighter news
Thank
here.
you.
Michelle Obama has reflected on dating her now husband, Barack Obama, before he started his career and found financial success. I guess she has an episode called IMO, which I believe stands for In My Opinion. Is that right?
No, it's
I don't know.
IMO is I'm Mike Obama.
Oh, okay.
This is lighter news. Did she lose weight?
Oh, Mr.
Not
President.
quite.
Mr. President, have you downloaded the latest episode of Michelle's podcast?
I'd like. I downloaded something else. Boom. No. We're playing nice today. We got tariffs to celebrate. Keep going.
Anna Hummel, have you been invited on as a guest to the Michelle Obama podcast?
Not yet.
Yeah, my invite got lost in the mail. I'm available.
It's for those of you who don't know, it's the podcast that she hosts with her brother.
Yeah, nobody.
Yeah. I don't think she likes it when you call her Big Mike, which is what I call her as well. How could you not?
Anna, am I a sexist? You
I
can
don't
say
know.
it. You
I
can
think
say
I
it.
am too.
Oh, okay, well then let's.
I think you're in good company.
All right.
So that's okay. I'm not the person to ask because I'm probably worse than you
Like
are.
a bouncer at the TLA.
So what did she say about her?
Yeah, so she was asked, I guess, by her brother, quote, would you be attracted to a guy who's not financially sound when you meet him? And Big Mike responded, I married one.
Oh, wow.
Kind of like taking jabs at Barack. I mean, I guess they met when she was pretty young. Yeah, she goes, I left my corporate firm when I met Barack.
Right.
I had somebody who was like, I got your back. The risks you think you're taking, they aren't that crazy, and I'm here to help you. So she was saying that, yeah.
I'm still
I
paying
guess.
off my college loan. I met Big Mike.
Barack Obama has swung by. We've had the last
Pretty
three
good.
presidents here in studio.
Where's Gerald Ford? By the way, yeah.
Barack, call him Big Mike.
I've been in love with Big Mike for a long time.
Mr. Obama, if I could ask you for a second, President Obama, 14 years ago, you talked about eliminating
What
waste.
happened to that woman in the other room? Pull my finger.
She's so good. I didn't even know you did an Obama. I didn't even know Conklin does an Obama.
Wait a minute. Let's stop laughing.
Yeah.
I thought it was...
If you hear a snort, it's definitely him.
Yeah, that's me. I laugh like a woman.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah.
So
no,
when will Michelle start talking about dating? Because I thought the rumors were that the Obamas were getting divorced.
That's what the rumors are. I think they're still together right now.
Yeah, I
but-
think they're just rumors, guys. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
where else would I go?
It's a good question.
well, he was rumored to be dating what's her name, Jennifer
Aniston.
right? Yeah.
I love you, sweetie. I love you too.
Oh my God.
Which I thought he was playing for the other team. I feel like those were also
those were rumors too.
rumors
That was,
as well.
You know, yeah.
Right.
The letters, I guess.
Could be
exposed.
dating Mayor Pete. You never know.
Yeah.
Hey, it's
Same basketball team.
the 90s. This stuff happens.
All right, urban wellness rankings. This one kind of surprised me. Apparently, San Francisco tops the list of America's healthiest cities. in
Really? With
2025.
all the feces on the sidewalk?
Yeah, I don't know. I've been to San Francisco. They don't look too healthy over there, but maybe I haven't been in a while, so who knows? But according to Wallet Hub's annual Healthiest and Unhealthiest Cities in America report, San Francisco claims the top spot as the nation's healthiest metro area, followed by Honolulu and Seattle. The elaborate study examines factors ranging from healthcare access to green space availability to obesity rates.
Wow.
That's the brown
San Fran. Yeah.
Well,
San Fran secured it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I could see physically the most in shape, healthy cities being on the West Coast, but they also suffer with the worst mental health as well.
Yeah, usually it's like Denver, Boulder. Those are, I thought, typically the.
Any
healthiest
idea
cities.
where Philly came in? Did you see Philadelphia? by
Oh
chance?
no, I don't think it made the top 100.
San
but-
Francisco, if you walk down the street, you to evade all the dog or the feces, human do, It's a cross-training regimen. It's very strict, so that'll get you healthy very quickly.
Well, I mean, and Merrill, it's hard to be healthy in Philadelphia when everything comes on a beautiful roll, whether it's a roast pork or a steak. I mean, how can you maintain your health in this city with all the carbs?
You're speaking of the bread, right?
Yes.
But you know, there's also carbs in beer. And there's a lot of beer drinking going on here in this city. How about Howie Roseman getting hit in the face with a full can of beer?
Oh, my goodness.
Bleed for this city, man. 100%. Hey, Dom Giordano walking in, man.
Dom time. Earlier than normal.
I recruited him.
It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
He's even got the cup of tea as we continue.
100%, man.
All right, Anna, what else you got in the hopper over there?
Yeah, Kanye West, my favorite rapper.
Oh, boy.
In the news.
I was just going to
confirms-
say, isn't he selling a gold-plated swastika or something?
Probably.
Yeah.
I'd buy it and wear it just to make a statement.
Very sick man.
Confirms his split from his wife, Bianca Censori, after disturbing rants, but he's tracking her on an app because she ran away. Kanye West claimed that his wife, Bianca Censori, left him in his new song, Bianca, from his latest album, World War III, that came out Thursday. I did not know this. The album cover features a big swastika symbol, so that's pretty cool.
Bianca Censori. There's a cream for that.
Anna, did you see his
missed
latest?
2 weeks. He was down with a bad case of Bianca Censori. Back to you, Mike.
Stalker, you had the video a few days ago on the cut sheet of Kanye wearing the black hood and everything.
Yeah.
This guy's
What's wrong
just
with
gone
this
off
dude,
the deep end.
I find him entertaining.
He had the black KKK thing on. Like, is this performance art, or is he
psychotic?
Is he having a mental breakdown in front of us?
I mean, I can't pretend to know what's in his heart and
Of
mind,
course, of
but I
course.
would assume that he's not well.
Yeah.
would be my assumption. And I know a lot of people, like a lot of Jewish people, who are very like afraid, or they want to censor him, whatever. But I want to hear it. Like I am a true like free speech advocate. If you're saying something hateful, especially about a group I might belong to, I want to know who's saying it so I can stay the hell away from you. Yeah. Or buy or not buy your music or whatever. Like, say what you need to say. Don't censor it. Like,
Agreed.
let it out so that, everyone else can adjust to who you truly are.
This guy's making Antonio Brown look like normal.
Oh, my God,
and mentally
I know.
stable.
I do want to read a little bit more because it's fun.
Okay.
This is, I think, a quote about, or maybe this is a song lyric. She's having a panic attack and she is not liking the way that I tweeted. Until Bianca's back, I stay up all night. I'm not going to sleep. I really don't know where she's at, he sings about Censori. And then I guess the next lyrics are, I'm tracking my bitch through an app. I'm tracking my bitch through the city. She hop in the car and she ran. My biatch just don't understand. Sometimes it just feels like it's planned.
Boy, oh boy, that's got a nice beat to it. That's a jumpy number.
Dom, you're going to have to move over to that other mic.
Is that a Glenn Miller, too?
That mic's not working. yeah.
So being trapped on the app.
Tracking my bitch on the app today.
My wife has the Family 360 app. She could track me and my girls and all of our cell phones.
What has happened?
I know. Surveillance state I live in.
Oh, it's amazing.
It's outrageous. All right.
That's
is that
Kayal
it,
Company
Anna?
News Live. Yes.
Thank you very
Can-
much.
Can we play this real fast since we have the president here? Doug Ford. You guys know who this is? This is cut.
Oh, yeah.
to-
Rob Ford's brother.
To Phil. Cut to. He says that Canada dropping its tariffs if Trump does the same. So Canada wasn't one of the listed tariff things, was it?
As of yesterday, they were off the board. Now, I'm not sure what if there was 170 nations that were posted. I've got the chart right here.
The chart.
I think it's alphabetical. Yeah, I don't think Canada made the list.
Was it already on the list?
Remember,
It was, but it was taken
Yeah.
off, and it was a whole.
Remember, Trump imposed tariffs on Canada and Mexico weeks ago.
Yeah.
And they immediately bent the knee and sent more troops to the borders and all of that stuff. And Israel also took away their tariffs. I don't see Canada on here.
All right. Doug Ford, cut to.
And does President Trump know that you'd be prepared to do that?
He knows, and Secretary Lutnick knows that we're willing to take these tariffs off like in the next minute if he said he's taking their tariffs off. Let's look at the auto sector.
So how much of this then is some kind of theatrical dance between both yourself, frankly, and the administration? I mean, it sounds to me like if you're prepared to take yours off right now, he should be prepared to take whatever we would implement.
I'm looking right now. No, Canada is not on the list of nations yesterday.
What's he taking off, his pants or his hat? What the hell's going on here? I don't even know this guy. He's fat. I'm just looking at a picture of him. Who's the boss up there?
What are we putting tariffs on?
He's
Molson?
the president of Ontario?
Labatt?
Do you remember his brother Rob Ford and how amazing that man
it's
was?
so funny. It's so funny you say that. I didn't put two and two together. Yes,
Dude,
Rob Ford.
the guy, this crack smoking mayor of Toronto, and he was on film smoking crack. And when asked why he smoked crack, he said, "quote because I was drunk." And I was like, "This is a man of the people."
Yeah.
Oh my god.
All right, we'll
He's
come
awesome.
back and welcome in Dom Giordano as we get ready to hand it off for Dom time a little earlier than usual.
The
And
crossover show.
The crossover show. And it happens next.
Cheap renovations don't last. Quality ones do. That's why Emmons uses only premium materials and expert installers for every kitchen or bathroom remodel. We don't use shortcuts. We don't cut corners. We just design and construct stunning spaces built for years of beauty and durability. Call us at 856-556-3229 or check us out online at callemmons.com. Contact us today and let's build something amazing. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled Cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ziprecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra. Phenomenal.
All his voices are fabulous. He sings, his daughter sings. She was absolutely wonderful, too.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Plumbing. What is it? One dictionary defines it as moving water through pipes to do things and stuff. My kid's dictionary, by the way. But sometimes things like leaks, clogs, or corrosion mean your plumbing system goes, that's when you book Horizon Services. Our expert technicians have seen it all and fixed it all with same-day service. And if it's a bigger job like needing a new water heater, our flexible payment options and money-saving warranties make it easy. We define that as peace of mind. And stuff. Book today at horizonservices.com.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Kayal Company, 1019. As we continue here, Dawn Stensland, for those unaware, on her trip with Conservative Tours to Italy.
Where do you think she's at right now? She's like, I told just Dom the other day, she's leaving Bologna and on the Capicola.
The Gabagool. The Gabagool.
The
Come on, the
Gabagool.
Gabagool
Yeah.
punchline. Just got to say Gabagool.
Gabagool.
There you
Capicola is the Irish way.
Capicola.
I'm wondering, because Kensington's a very interesting neck of the woods, right? I wonder how Chip Snapper would deal with, a situation like that as Dom sits down and joins us here this morning.
Hey, you don't even know anymore, Nick. By the way, when we get back on the air, I'll tell you what I really feel. I know we're in a break now, and there's some crowds down here. Flinny was down here earlier. He gets his an eye opener at 7 a.m. I understand, but it's good to have Dom Giordano back.
Hey, Chip, you had a parade you hosted live on the air once.
Oh, we do lots of parades. Some people say they're fake, but we did have...
It's so fake, even Dawn wouldn't host it.
We had that Joe Frazier parade when he went up to declare Bucks County, but Joe's gone now. We'll leave him alone.
On a Hummel. You have no idea what's going on right now.
No, completely in the dark.
I'll try to explain it to you, but you still probably won't get it. But
Okay.
Dom
It's a Philly thing. It's a Philly thing.
It's a
Yeah.
Philly thing. It's
Yeah.
a T-shirt
Gotcha.
slogan. Dom is in studio. Dom will be taking over in about 7 or 8 minutes because Dom
Are you
is...
counting down or what?
I-
Give us 10 at
I mean,
least. Come on, Nick,
my
what the
whole
heck's going on
nap,
here? It's
the
only
whole nap
20.
today. I was
It's a
going to go to the
big thing.
range. I was going to hit balls, the
What
whole
he
bit.
said. I should be on the Schuylkill by now. He said that 5 a.m.
I'm a team player. I'm all thrown off here, but you're
How's
gonna be...
how's the golf game right now?
You know where I was yesterday, right?
No.
I went to Aronimink.
Ah.
Not to play, but I interviewed
Drink?
well, not to drink either. The bar was closed. Although they offered me a cold brew coffee, but I was just like, no, I'm fine. I know I had to interview the PGA of America championship director for the PGA championship because it's coming to Aronimink next May
26.
in 2026. So they gave me the tour, showed me the place, just, out of my league. But I thought about you, Dom.
Oh, yeah.
I did. I was like, Dom would probably hustle me for money on this course as well.
That's God's country,
No,
too.
Marion.
It is God's
Bala
country.
is my speed, yeah.
Bala is our neck of the woods.
The Muni's.
The Muni's.
And Karakung, and what's the other one right there? Cobbs Creek.
Cobbs Creek, Roosevelt, South Philly.
Yeah.
By the way, on the fairways.
Conklin, you swing the sticks at all? You play a little golf?
No, not at all. But I've been to just about every golf course in the area.
Yeah.
For the outings reception.
Right.
For drinking purposes.
Well,
And,
always for drinking purposes, yes. Which, by the way, you will be able to imbibe in a adult beverage at the Keswick Theater Saturday, April 5th, and Dom will be a part of it. And Conklin is getting ready for another edition of Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Sports Orchestra. How does everybody sign up, get tickets, purchase everything they need?
JoeConklin.com. Plenty of good seats still available. We're down to about 57 tickets left.
57.
So get them in there.
Come on.
Yeah, that
Come
was
on.
the old Big Daddy Graham. He said,
There's 14 tickets left.
Big Daddy. Oh, a sense of urgency.
I know we got about 300 left, but I'm saying 14.
Before we break here, can I, Nick? I know you have this. You had this in the big take, but that was 17 hours ago.
It was.
Boston Mayor Michelle Wu.
Oh God.
She was on the Daily Show, and she seems to like. It doesn't matter how bat-ass crazy things get. She's just like she doubles down. I guess you have to admire her commitment to
stupidity.
To stupidity, I guess. She doubles down on advocating for protecting illegal aliens and suggesting it makes her city safer. Can you roll this, Phil?
Who in your constituency who might feel like, hey, why are we doing this? What's the big deal with this sanctuary city thing? If people are illegally in the country, shouldn't we arrest them and get rid of them? What is the big deal?
Yeah, we are, again, we're the safest city because we're safe for everyone.
South
in
Boston,
a
safe.
community where over a quarter of your residents were born in another country. If people are afraid to drop their kids off at school or call 911 when they need help or share information when they actually have information to report about a crime that happened, that makes everyone less safe, whether or not you are an immigrant, whether or not you're here in this country 6 generations or just arrived. So we're really focused on being that home for everyone, and it's worked.
Michelle Wu.
Here's
Yeah,
the
so-
toot to woo.
Yeah,
Jimmy
it's a cute.
Woo's sister.
It's a cute bait and switch that they're talking about illegal migrants, and then she just says immigrants and people from other countries, which
Well,
is not what we're
yeah.
talking about.
Anna, you're fortunate. You live in Florida. You don't have to deal with this left-wing lunacy. Dom, Boston has to deal with it. And should we feel fortunate that we got Sherelle Parker and not Helen Gim? Because I feel like this would be a carbon copy. I mean, we kind of averted a disaster.
I want to say this.
Right?
For talk radio's sake, I'd put up, I live in Philadelphia.
Yes.
Helen Gim here is a gold mine beyond anything we've ever seen. Beyond.
A disaster.
Greg will tell you she put out a thing that I was going to be leaving the city to 200 media outlets.
She did.
Yeah.
She did. She
Yeah.
used Dom in one of her pamphlets.
Yeah.
She put
exactly.
in her campaign pamphlet that you were leaving?
Yeah, that I'm leaving because I said I would leave if she won. So there was that. I may have gotten into it. But
I was going to say, Dom's going to leave. He doesn't take a vacation day. How's he going to leave?
Well, Sherelle Parker, though, has done better. But bar very low. Jim
Bar
Kennedy.
very,
Yeah, exactly.
very
but
low.
kind of a disappointment, too. Doesn't talk, doesn't doesn't do a whole lot.
Right. Doesn't provide us the content we're looking for.
No, not so much. Eagles thing is, yeah.
Okay.
Was Michelle Wu the one that had the Christmas party and then had to uninvite
Yes.
the whites?
Yes.
You remember, she had an aide that sent out an invitation to
Yep.
everyone, and it was only for the non-whites.
Yes.
Or
Yeah.
something.
The uninvited whites.
Cooper DeJean.
Oh, my God. What a party this has been. Thank
Anna,
you.
you want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Like
You'll
your
have
pardon?
me. Say it again.
Say it one more time, Chip.
I beg your pardon.
Joe Conklin, Keswick Theater,
Yeah, baby.
this Saturday. Dom will be there as well. Dom is coming up next. Great to see you, Dom. Have a great show.
Thanks, Nick.
All right, stay tuned. Dom Giordano. Dom time starting a little earlier than usual. Stay there. He's back after this.
Dawn Stensland here. Summer's right around the corner. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. That's why I had my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, out to get our AC unit summer ready. Marvin E. Cans, third generation owned, military veteran founded company. Take my advice. Get your